Honesty, and you say honesty. 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 Honesty, and you say honesty.
Yes, family. Good afternoon and welcome to Reason with Rattigan with your host, yours truly, Will, the Rebel Rattigan, on Reggae Global Radio, Facebook, and YouTube. Thanks to all of you for tuning in, and please continue to like, share, and subscribe to my channel. Now, today, I have two guests. First one, or I should say, one of them is the Jamaica Police Federation Chairman, Corporal Rohan James. Some of you, maybe a lot of you, have seen him recently in the news, but he's been around for a while. We're going to hear a lot from him concerning the state and the status and the deficiencies and the good things about the JCF. Should be interesting. And we'll also have Professor John Lennon as well. And he'll talk about green energy today. We may stray a little bit and talk about bauxite. And we may stray and talk a little bit about the national debt. But it promises to be a very, very good afternoon. Big up to all of you for tuning in, looking at the chat room. Nice. And I anticipate that Herb Nelson will join us for the discussions as well. Please join the conversation via telephone or the chat rooms on the Reggae Global Radio platform or my YouTube channel, Reason with Rattigan. The phone number is at the bottom of the screen, 667-369-8569. And the line will be open from 4:30 to 4:50 New York time, 3:30 to 3:50 Jamaica time, and 9:30, 9:50 UK time. And there'll be a second opening before 6 o'clock New York time, and that will be at 5:30 to 5:50 New York time, 4:30 to 4:50 Jamaica time, 10:30 to 10:50 UK time. And please, that's probably the only housekeeping rule I've got. And the reason for that, it's obvious. It's that sometimes we have the conversation flowing, and when you call, it interrupts the flow, and then we have to get back on track. And more often than not, one call is followed by another call, followed by another call. So that's why we try to place everything within a certain time frame so that it makes it easier to streamline the program. And we're looking forward to hearing from you, as always. But again, please call between those time frames. After 6, if we're here after 6, well, yes, we will be here after 6. Then you can call. It's fine, because the discussion should be pretty much exhausted, and then it's just open for whoever wants to call and voice their opinion. And of course, we're not going to turn you away or turn you down. As a reminder, please don't forget to tune in to Reggae Global Radio tonight at midnight until 2 a.m. And as we say, relax with the Rebel. Tonight will be different for a few reasons. One, I'll be playing reggae. Yay! I repeat, reggae. No slow jams. No smooth jazz. Reggae. So come prepared to dance and sing along. Second, I'll be playing selections from the two best reggae artists, period. If you notice, I didn't say two of the best. I said the two best reggae artists. I'll play 1 hour for each artist. I'm still tinkering with the playlist because both artists, they have a huge catalog of hits. And that's a very unique problem. I could close my eyes and pick songs randomly from these two artists, and the playlist would still be outstanding. However, I want to create a special selection, and it's driving me mad. Anyway, it will be completed before midnight tonight, so tune in again at midnight on Reggae Global Radio. Shout out time. People are guessing already. Okay. You have to tune in tonight to figure out who these, at least in my opinion, and in the opinion of quite a few people, quite a lot of people. But anyways, prayers and blessings for all of you, especially Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor, Ma P, Desmond, Paul, Michelle, Ma Jean, Bob, and of course, Herb Nelson's wife, Mrs. Nelson. Big shout out to my family by blood relations and choice. And that's all of you. Specifically, big shout out to the Reggae Global family, the Meadowbrook crew, the Firehouse crew, the Rollington crew, Donovan and the Admiral, still so. And the crew of hardworking Jamaicans, including JCF and JDF members. All of the made them and the laborers and the people struggling to make ends meet, like the almost 2 million of you living in Jamaica who go to bed hungry every night or with a belly full of unhealthy food. In the fullness of time, the suffering will come to an end. And that's my purpose for being here, to hasten the end of government don't care attitude. I'd like to bring about service delivery and the creation of opportunities for all. I say I'd like to bring about it, but I'd like to cause it to happen because I can't do it. I'm not government, but I'll use a platform to highlight the issues and hopefully the government will take heed. And I'm appealing to all sectors of Jamaica and even outside of Jamaica, diaspora. Because remember, a rising tide lifts all ships. And if I can get the government to act in the interest of the people, I will be eternally satisfied. That's all there is in this for me. It's not about self-aggrandizement. It's not about making money. It's not about earning a reputation. It's none of those things. The naysayers have said I'm doing this for all kinds of bad reasons, including the fact that years ago I was not chosen as a police commissioner. Some of my dearest friends, they tell me, don't even touch that topic, but I'll make a quick remark about it. For the naysayers, do me a favor, please. Look in the mirror and ask yourself if the eroding education, energy, housing, infrastructure, healthcare, safety and security, local government, foreign affairs and foreign trade, employment and environment, if all of those things are bad because I didn't get the job. No, the answer is a resounding no. Instead, it's the failure of government. And if you won't face up to that reality and try to get the government to do a course correction, then that's your problem, frankly speaking. I'm not your problem. Raising the issues, you should join me. Shouldn't be a problem for you. But whether you join me or not, I will continue to do everything I can to cause the government to change for the betterment of the people. And if the government won't, or if the government doesn't, then we'll have to look at other options. But change must take effect. Update. I'm looking at the chat room. And let me just say that one of the things we'll be doing is we will talk about the issues because some people don't understand the issues, or at least all of the issues. And some of these issues, they have nuances to them. What you think they are plus. And so that's my job. My job is to raise the issues in a comprehensive way so that you can get a full understanding, not just what's on the surface, but I plan to strip away at the veneer, pull things back so that you can see and you can understand. And also, I need you to challenge me because trust me, I've made many, many mistakes in my life about many, many, many things. And I will continue to make mistakes, including on this platform. So I need you to challenge me. I need you to say, look, no, I disagree with you because of, and that's a constructive discussion. That's a meaningful discussion. And then you and I, we can talk about the issues. You may convince me, I may convince you, or we may both decide to stick to our position, but at least we'll have a discourse on the issues. But to address me in a personal manner, that's not going to solve anything, really. And especially if you live in Jamaica, you know what's suffering. Most of you know what suffering is about. And that's something we can all talk about. We need to take off the colors. We need to put aside the political partisanship and just talk about the issues and try and come up with resolution. Because the people that we have elected, we elected them to serve, not to rule, to serve. And so they must lend themselves, their ears, they must lend themselves to the issues. And if they don't, there are consequences. And so I need to raise the conscious level of people so that they understand that, look, if we vote for somebody for 10, 15 years and we're not getting anywhere, then we need to do something else. But the idea that we will allow the government to continue to do what it's doing, that's a no-no. That's a no-no. This week, I've mentioned the story several times, but it's worth repeating. I spoke to a member of high society in Jamaica. We'll leave the name out. And as I was getting ready to start this new, I don't know what to call it, career. It's a passion for me. But when I spoke to him about this, I was a little bit, I don't want to say worried. I was just a little bit concerned that I wouldn't have the material to do something like this once a week, every week. And he said to me, Jamaica is content rich, so you don't have to worry. And he pointed me in certain directions. He said, look over there, look over there, look over there. But all you have to do is just read the newspaper and try and make sense out of the nonsense. Because sometimes, the story is not a complete story. And usually the first reporting of a story is, well, I shouldn't say usually, but sometimes the The first reporting of a story is not the correct and it's not the full story. So sometimes you have to wait. But in today's world, nobody's waiting. People just, they just report about an incident and only to find out later on that it's not the complete story. But in Jamaica this week, as it was last week and as it will be next week, issue after issue after issue after issue. I'm looking at 7 issues here. No, 8. And I'm going to give you, big up yourself, Ed, Headmaster. So I'm gonna talk about some of these issues, and feel free. You can call now, but you can hit me up in the chat room, and we can have a discussion before our guests arrive. The first one is big up all of the partner drive people, big up all of the people from Mekwit Talk, all the people from my Fireman program, and all of the people from Waterhouse Vibes. Yes, good afternoon, all of you. First one is the DPP, the public prosecutor. Now, we spoke about this last week, but there is a development. She drafted a letter and she was complaining about the fact that 52 people were discharged from justice. They were found, they were acquitted, or the cases were dismissed. And these are 52 scammers. And the cases were dismissed because the police failed to provide any evidence. The cyber section of the JCF failed to provide any evidence. And now these 52 people, they're walking around. Chances are they're probably doing the same thing that they did before being arrested. But so she did this letter, and she was complaining that essentially saying, look, it's not our fault. It's not the prosecutor's fault why there was no evidence presented before the court. It was the police's fault. They did not provide us with the evidence. Even though some of these cases, they've been there languishing for quite some time. And she even took great pains to say, we have this program where we interact with the police to make sure that all the issues are resolved before we get to court, and so on and so forth. That's what she said. What she didn't do, though, was she didn't talk about her people. See, that's just one side of the equation, the police, and the failure to provide evidence to the prosecutors. But the prosecutors, she didn't talk about them being underpaid. The prosecutors themselves, they went out on a limb, they drafted a letter, directed it to the Minister of Finance and Public Service, the Honorable Minister Nigel Clark, and they complained to him that, look, we think that you suckered us because you came to us and you told us the government didn't have any money, and we should be satisfied with the 20%, and we should show loyalty to country and duty and And he appealed to their sense of duty. He appealed to their sense of conscience, and he appealed to their sense of country. And then they found out that this same minister was responsible in some part for certain public officials' salary being increased by up to 300%. So they wrote him and they were complaining, saying they were dissatisfied and so on and so forth. And they CC'd the public prosecutor, Paula Llewellyn, that's her name. They CC'd her. Now, I'm being told, I haven't seen a report, but I'm being told that this week she finally came out, and I don't know if she was sleeping or what, but she finally woke up or got up out, came alive, and she started supporting her troops, only to be greeted by a negative comment from the Minister of Finance, saying she was something to the effect that she was out of her depth or league. So you see what's going on. We have somebody who's not standing up for her people, or should have stood up for them in the beginning. She didn't. And then finally, when she I don't know, she got startled, she woke up, whatever. The issue became known to her. It should have, it was, but apparently she misconstrued it. But finally, when she got around to it, she said, "Hey, you know what? I'm gonna stand up for my folks." And she tried. And then what happened? The Minister of Finance said, "How dare you? You don't understand the complexities of these issues, these financial issues. You don't understand." Somebody just put it there, and Angela, thank you for reminding me about that. I mentioned last night on Partner Draw with Andre. I mentioned that the DPP, Director of Public Prosecution, Paula Llewellyn, that she is lazy. Lazy. How can you have so many? You have limited resources trying to bring justice to the people of Jamaica, because they represent the people. The prosecutor's office, they represent the state. They don't have enough resources, and you don't come out publicly and cry for help. But you come out publicly and you blame the police for not giving you the evidence you need to prosecute the case. But you don't talk about your people. To me, that's lazy. That's being inept. You're not reading the room properly. These are your people. The second thing is that she's a loser. Don't take my word for it. Just go back, Google, ask your friends who work in the legal sector in Jamaica. Just ask them, what's her track record for prosecuting murder cases? Just ask. I won't tell you the answer. Just because I want you to find out for yourself. I'm going to force you to do a little homework. Just Google it or ask someone in the know, and you'll see that it's very, very low. If you're a criminal in Jamaica and you're bent on killing people, there's very little chance you're going to go end up being found guilty and go to prison. Somebody also said she's corrupt. I would like to say that, but I don't have the evidence. So I'm not going to call her corrupt. I'm going to call her inept. I'm going to call her lazy. I'm going to call her a loser. And also, she's trying to get an extension. She was supposed to go at age 60. She's trying to stick around now until 65. And I worry, because she may have been a marvelous prosecutor at one point, but those days are in the rearview mirror. She may have been a good administrator at some point, but not now. She may have been a good leader at some point, but not now. And I don't think she's going to have a course correction where suddenly she's going to change. I see that my esteemed guest has arrived. Well, I don't want to keep him waiting, but let me just, and I know some of you want to hear me talk about the letter to the king. You want to hear me talk about the diplomatic row between Jamaica and the US. You want to hear me talk about the court decision regarding the unconstitutionality of states of emergency. I know some of you want to hear me talk about the donkey to the farmer who made a personal plea to the prime minister. No, you want to hear me talk about the government's failure to sign the code of conduct. And maybe there are other issues you want me to talk about. But I cannot keep this man waiting. Cannot keep this man waiting. So what I'll do is I'll introduce him, and then we will begin the discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me welcome my brother, the backbone of the Police Federation, the man who not take, not talk, an outstanding investigator, a diplomat, without having that title, because he knows what to say, when to say it, and he has a marvelous vocabulary. I love to hear this man speak. And he speaks, most of the time I've heard him speak, he's speaking extemporaneously. He's not speaking with a prepared speech. He's just speaking off the top of his head. And he does it extremely, extremely well. I've said it before, that if the police commissioner, if he's intent on doing good for the people of Jamaica, he should have this man by his side. And I've also said, when they get rid of the police commissioner, or he decides to leave, that this man should sit in the chair or be a top advisor. You've heard me say that there are people there. Maybe I'm repeating myself. I am repeating myself. That there are people in the JCF, extremely competent, extremely qualified to lead that organization, to restore, to burnish the image of that organization. And I think this man is eminently qualified to do it. I say that not because I consider him a brother, but I say that because he's demonstrated those qualities day in, day out. And if you don't believe me, just go Google and look at his speeches. They're there. Just go look at his speeches. And I'm supremely confident that once you do that, you will arrive at the same decision that I did. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, the chairman of the Police Federation, Corporal Rohan James. Let me see if I can get him on. There he is. My brother, welcome to Reason with Rattigan.
Good afternoon, Sir Rattigan, my brother and friend, and good afternoon to your listeners and to my hardworking colleagues and to my friends in the diaspora.
Well, what I'd like to do, my brother, is before we start, there are some people who have never seen you, and there's some people I suspect who have never heard about you or from you. Please take a few minutes. Take as long as you like, or as short as you like. The time is yours. And kind of like just introduce yourself to the audience, please.
I would want to say to the audience is that I'm a career police officer in my 29th year of service to the people of Jamaica, that I have committed all my passion and commitment in accordance with the oath of office that I've taken to serve diligently and creatively, and to believe wholeheartedly that in what I do is that security of everyone's lives is paramount to my quest of fulfilling my office that I have committed to do. And I believe that I don't hold back when I see that there is much more in terms of commitment that can be given to resolve many of the issues, and that where it is that there are things that are falling short and apart, I believe in consensus. I believe that if you create the environment, we can, as a team, fulfill our mandate without even crossing paths with being viewed as being insolent or indisciplined or being disrespectful. I believe that everyone deserves to be treated with the ultimate respect, and every citizen must be treated with respect, and every life must be counted, and every life matters. I believe in equality.
No, let me just say this to the folks out there, that I used to be one of the biggest bashers of the JCF. I continue to bash the JCF, but only when deserved. But I used to do it in a wholesale way. I used to say, all of them are thief, all of them are liar, all of them are this, all of them are that. Until I met this man. And I went to his office, and basically kind of like, I think he was kind of like saying to me, look, my brother, you're misguided. And so what I'd like to do is I'd like to explain to you what the JCF is all about, our mandate, what we're doing, the deficiencies we're faced with, and our successes. And I sat down with him. We had a few conversations before we actually sat down with him. And when I sat down with him, I was pleasantly surprised about some of the things that the JCF was doing. I was pleasantly surprised at the role that he was and continues to play in terms of the men and women that he represents. And by the way, folks, he represents, I think it's 96 or 93% of the rank and file. 96% of the people you see in the JCF, this man sitting in front of you, he represents them. He's their face, right? And so he sat down and he explained all of this to me. He also explained to me his fervent strides to disassociate politics from the JCF, because you've heard that as well, that the JCF, their politics has permeated the JCF. And he explained to me his desire to separate the two and just focus on just being strictly law enforcement officials. And that's tough because Jamaica is a highly politicized place, highly politicized. So what I'd like to do is to start off by asking you, my brother, if you could tell us, and the reason I'm trying to put the right words here, because this man, ladies and gentlemen, I don't have the videotape to play for you, but when I tell you that whatever is on his mind, he's gonna say it, and he's gonna say it regardless and without any fear or friendship or favor. He's gonna say it because I've seen him give a speech in front of the police commissioner and the minister of national security, and I'm telling you, I felt for them, because what he did was he, in no uncertain terms, he told them that he was dissatisfied with the way that the police were being treated. He told them that they were promised resources weren't coming forward. And in one instance, in one speech, he told them that if we don't see an improvement by a certain time period, then we will have to exercise some options. He didn't go into detail as to what those options were. But let me start out by asking you, what's the biggest challenge? No, let's start out with the biggest success that you think the JCF is enjoying today.
The biggest success that the JCF is enjoying today is the confidence that the men and women have, that they have a leader who is prepared to lead the charge to ensure that whatever the transformation is, it impacts human resource first and foremost, and humanity in the greatest sense that we have been long lacking. I believe that we have not harnessed the amount of talents that we have at our disposal, and we have not harnessed the confidence of the human resource capacity that the JCF has leveraged. We have over 96% strong within the JCF, but I believe that we have not, as an organization, utilized the strength of the men and women and allow them that free hand to be able to serve the citizenry in the capacity that they have sworn to do. I believe that in transformation, the level of maturity that you expect to engulf the organization and the people of Jamaica, that in some aspects, some persons are limited in that scope, and you would have to say that they were promoted out of their scope and competence, because it is clearly impacting the areas that visibly, when you point it point out some situation that you are confronted with, and in hindsight, you are seeing the things materializing even before it happens, then you believe that some things could have been better policed than how it is that it was allowed to play out.
All right, it's interesting because I ask you what's the success, but then you gave me a quick answer and then you switch gears on me, and then you got to the second part, the second question I intended to ask, anticipation. But we're gonna come back. For now, we're joined by, if I can get him on, there's Herb. People have been asking about you, my good man, and we have Dr. John Lennon, who's gonna join us as well. There's John, right? So now we have the full panel.
Hello.
Well,
you know, with two of Jamaica's greatest firebrands, I could not afford to stay away, and that I need the audience to know that. And we all rooting for both of you.
Well, if you can speak up a little bit, Herb.
What, you can't hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear, but you're a bit low.
I'm hearing you.
Okay, because I even plugged up a mic next to me to make sure that I can be heard.
All right.
Now, gents.
Ladies and gentlemen in the audience and the panel as well, Chairman James has taken time out of his busy schedule to be with us today. So any questions you have to ask him, we need to ask him now. He's here. We don't want, when he's gone, people say, he might this, or we should ask him that. No, he's here. And I'm telling you, this man is a straight shooter. Whatever you ask him, he's going to give you a straight answer. I'd be disappointed if he didn't. In fact, I'd be surprised because that's not his nature. So let me get back to the questioning. I'll just ask you one question, and then the panel, it's open, and then people chat. I saw some of your speeches recently, and they were made before the highest elements of the JCF, including the highest elements of the Ministry of National Security, because the minister was there. Did you know they were going to be there? And if you knew they were going to be there, were you intimidated by them? I'm trying to get into your head as to what you made. Did you make that saying to yourself, you know what, I'm putting my career on a limb, but I'm going to go out there and do it? Or you just got out there and you just closed your eyes and you just said, the hell with it? What was your thought process when you went out there?
I was more than happy to have seen them, because what I had to say, it needed to have been said within their presence and hearing, so that they can understand the seriousness and the nature of the effect that it is having, not only on the representational body, but the men and women that they are leading, and that we cannot allow for the level of distraction to exist and to continue without saying to them, listen, the people of Jamaica is the voice that we should be paying attention to. And if you continue to tie our hands so that we cannot effectively serve them, I cannot be hypocritical in the sense to sit by and allow us to be used as scapegoat and to make it appear as if we are inefficient, incompetent, or inept. So essentially, I'm saying to them that if you want the service to be the quality service, put the investment and the capital in it so that we can respond to the people's need. Because at every given stage, the people who voted us in government, it is required that we should not fail them. And Mayor Matley has always been consistent that leaders were never elected to fail the people. And consequently, I having been vested with the trust and confidence and rank and file membership, that I would never seek to lead them nor deceive them. I would be forthright in ensuring that I represent them in every facet to ensure that they get the best on offering for their social protection and welfare and well-being, and that Jamaica will no doubt benefit. Once you have a well-oiled machinery, then naturally those who are relying on the service will greatly benefit.
Okay, Herb.
Yes. I'm looking at a list of issues that I understand are impacting the effectiveness and public perception of the force. And I recall what the Prime Minister said when he gave himself over 200% pay raise, along with the judges and everybody else. He says, well, we weren't being paid before, so we didn't really have to work before this. That's essentially what he was admitting to. My question to you, Mr. Chairman, with that delicate balance of family and life, limb, and property in the balance against benefits, including pay, health, and other key issues that impact the force. How do you kind of sift through all of that to ensure that your force, your rank and file, is getting the best treatment and attention possible from the government, not from the command, but from the government, because they're the ones that have to pay, correct?
Yes. I'm happy that you asked that question, because it is important to note that even though we have recently completed compensation review, there are still significant anomalies that we now are in the process of completing, penning those issues to the Minister of Finance, because to make it known that Dr. Lennon was very much instrumental in aiding us in getting some of those issues in terms of the economics aspect of it, as a guided missile, to ensure that we were able to present our arguments before the government of Jamaica and at the negotiating table. So we still have some anomalies that we need to ventilate at the table. And I'm happy that we took the time to delay and to analyze what it is that really is the outstanding issues that we should pursue, and to ensure that we get it right. As my mantra has always been, to get it right at first instance. In this regard, there are significant anomalies that continues to impact the rank and file membership, and we do intend to pursue them. Even at recent times, I believe that even with a court order in place, there is an absence of compliance. I have given significant timeline in which I believe that we were more than reasonable in getting to a point where we say to our own administration, enough is enough. We have given you sufficient time. It cannot be to the detriment of the well-being and welfare of the men and women that they continue to give yeoman service. Where your bread and butter is very much well catered for, I believe that there is a void in terms of their rank and file membership in getting their bread and butter well placed on their plate, and we cannot continue to facilitate the delay. It must come to a point where full implementation must exist, not at the detriment of the men and women that continues to serve this country and give up them their lives and sacrifice even their families to their own detriment of social protection.
Hold on one second. Can you move back a little bit, because we're only seeing, yeah, bring the camera. Yeah, right there is, yeah, perfect. Yeah, right there. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Herb, you want to follow up, or
Yeah.
John, do you have a question for? Go ahead, Herb.
Yeah, I'm looking at something that we ask in the U.S. military quite a lot, and then police forces. If you were to assess your own force, strengths, weaknesses, and the threats to the force, how would you lay out the top three in each area?
The top three is one, effective communication among the membership of the constabulary force, and two, ensuring that we have this retention mechanism through proper compensation, and ensuring that the various components that we rely on in terms of skill sets and competencies, that we have those in place, and that the proper resources are leveraged at our disposal so that we can respond appropriately.
Okay. Any weaknesses that you see?
The failure to effectively account and to hold those persons who are accountable, so that the resources can be properly pumped in the system, and that the men and women can be properly protected in terms of social protection and economic empowerment, so that they can properly serve the citizens as how it is expected that they would respond to the needs of the citizens accordingly.
Okay, all right.
And to go further, I don't believe that we are doing significantly what we are supposed to be doing in terms of effectively communicating with the people and to have them on board sufficiently, because community policing is one area that I believe that if we communicate effectively and allow for them to be involved, then much more can be done, and we can achieve much more with that level of proactive engagement interaction.
All right, John.
Yeah, I'd like to know how much would the rank and file, how much do they actually receive in their pay packages per month? And what happened with the overtime? I didn't hear anything about that. You weren't paid from 2008. What was done about that?
That matter is still before the court, the appeals court, the overtime issue. The other aspect of it is that since the court has issued an order in 2022, that aspect of the court's order in 2021, that aspect of the court order is still to be fully complied with, and consequently, we are now saying to our employer that we can no longer facilitate this inordinate breach of the court's order. And I'm sure on council's return to the island, we will have some work to do, and we will communicate with not only to our membership, but to the people of Jamaica, where we go from here.
Yeah, well, how much did the rank and file get in percentage-wise in the new pay structure?
Sufficing to say, though, what has been banded about as a 20% increase, the anomalies that we have identified, it's in fact a depreciation of salary, because where you normally have some leverage in terms of you would have some other benefits that would subsidize the area. Once those were removed, you see a significant depreciation, and the promise that was made by the ministry, when not only promise, the heads of agreement, which is a contract aspect of it, is still yet to be fulfilled, and consequently council will have to act on those gray areas. While it is that we still do intend to reduce them in writing to the Minister of Finance and to see how best it can be addressed without having to head to the court for any breach of contract. But this, sufficing to say though, the every single rank has been impacted one way or the other. We have seen the inconsistencies in terms of monthly salaries, and you have to ask yourself the question: is the equipment or the machinery or the calculation, computation being used, if it is useful enough to continue to be making those egregious mistakes? Every single month you can see where taxation goes up and your take home diminish.
Let me just say, Angela, big up yourself. Thanks for driving the likes. And Bonnie Jump, you know you're listening. Original Waterhouse, man. Big up yourself, sir. All right. No. Chairman James, people. Let me just as a reminder tell people that the line will be open at 4:30 New York time. It's 9 minutes before 4 right now, so we're not going to be taking any calls. Just hold off, people, and just wait until 4:30. Then you can call, and then the chairman will be more than willing to take your calls in. But until then, we're just going to keep the conversation going. Now, in the chat room, quite a few questions have been posed. One of them has to do with corruption in the JCF. I don't know if you can speak to that. And I won't fence you in by asking you specific questions, but just ask you to make some general comments about what you've heard, what your role, your mandate is in terms of curbing corruption and putting out a positive face of the JCF to the public.
My mantra is always to ensure that my colleagues maintain the highest level of decorum, professionalism, and integrity in the execution of their duties. And whether you are on or off duty, you're still a member of the constabulary force, and it is expected that if anyone is to uphold the office of constable with the highest level of sobriety, integrity, and respect, it is that whether you are on or off, at all material times, the office is first and foremost and at the center. The people's trust must be maintained, the office of constable must be upheld, and the Jamaica Constabulary Force must be at the forefront of everything that you do, material or otherwise. You are not to do anything to compromise the office. And as a matter of fact, I have always said to even the citizens in my engagement, don't be afraid to report any act of corruption, because if you keep it and condone it, then you are culpable as much.
But here's a problem, though. Some people feel that they cannot report about police corruption because then they become potential victims of violence. So it's one of those things where they say.
The thing about it, though, there are so many mediums available to us. You have the anti-corruption watchdog, which is MOCA. You have even the Integrity Commission that has leverage. You have INDICOM. You have a myriad of bodies that you can use as a conduit to nip all these things in the bud. What is the reality, though? The perception is worse than the reality. Is that persons have the view that everybody is corrupt. And I'm saying to persons, it is good to do some introspection, retrospection. Do your interaction, know your police officers. Instead of labeling everyone, ensure that you know the background of everyone before you seek to label them. Because what you are seeking to do is nebulize your own security morale. You need to be able to hold them up and continue to support them in their quest. You cannot continue to put down everybody that you come in contact. We are citizens first and foremost. We are from the very same communities that you are from, and everything that we do, it is each one teach one, each one help one, and that level of camaraderie can only enhance the police-citizens relationship and empower us to a safer environment.
Now, let me ask. This is the second question, and then after that, Herb will get his chance, and John after. People have been asking in the chat room for me to ask you, should the police commissioner go? I won't put you on the spot with that, because I know I know what your thought processes are like regarding a question like that. Instead, I'll ask you this question. You've been in the JCF for quite some time. You've served under career police officers, meaning at the head as a police commissioner, and you've also served under military leadership. Compare and contrast both types of leadership, if you can, for us, please.
I would say every leader has some aspect of their stewardship. Everyone has some strengths, some weaknesses. It takes some leaders a longer time to quicken the pace of getting things done, while it is that you have some hit the ground running. In the instance, you would say that you don't want to cross the line, but in our era, we believe that if it is that you listen to the cry of the men and women and treat with it promptly, you can, as a leader, you can never fail. Because if you listen to the mass, that is where you get the greater part of your support. And if that is ignored, then it is consequential.
But do you see a difference with like military leadership, military style of leadership, as opposed to career police leadership? I'm trying to figure out.
There is in fact a difference. Sometimes it requires the career police. You would find that they are quicker to the jaw of making sure that there are certain aspects of the policy that they don't delegate, while it is that the military person will actually delegate some aspect of it, and oftentimes that is where there is a lack of fusion and confusion.
All right, I'll leave it at that. Herb?
Yes. You know, one of the marks or weaknesses that you mentioned in the SWOT analysis is communication. It's a strength. You embodied it as a strength within the JCF. But if indeed the JCF is still being tagged as riddled with corruption, what lines of communications, covert lines of communications, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. I used to say to my folks that whenever you're out there and you're engaged, you keep a black book, you keep a diary, you write things down. It might seem very insignificant immediately, but if you write it down, and or if you don't want to make it too obvious, don't write it in anybody's presence. Or you get home and you write it down, and you take as many mental notes as possible and you put it on paper, because it's going to come around again one day. And that's the very notes you took, that when it says, you know, James and Rattigan was out there, Rattigan was engaged in XYZ, right? Rattigan left a paper trail, and James should have noted something, but he didn't say a word. So if Rattigan is being accused, then they're going to say, well, you know, James was there. You know, he can't be no saint because Rattigan did this. He had to, if he's a police officer, his observation skills should be pretty good, should be pretty high. All right. So you have to be able to say to your officers, not only report it, but you may have to give them a methodology of doing things. Do you find yourself in that situation where you have to give an officer a specific methodology where they can follow it safely?
Indeed, and I can tell you that every forum that I have the opportunity, along with the team, to address our colleagues, it is clear that what we have mandated ourselves to do is to say to our colleagues, records keeping, it is very much important to the go forward, and it either exculpates you or supports your story, or it also will implicate those who deserves to be implicated, and that the truth is that because you have recorded it somewhere, it is going to impact the court's ability to be able to leverage penalties and sanctions against such an individual. So it is encouraged, and a myriad of options are outlined to them as to how to go about doing what they should do in maintaining decorum and integrity as they discharge their functions on a day-to-day basis.
Now, you'll also find that in the higher ranks, I used to call it the pyramid. When you move up in that pyramid, it gets very narrow at the top. That means it gets very competitive. And then you find that there are key individuals acting not in accordance with the laws and regulations of the country and of the force, but they're responding politically. How do you advise your membership to handle the politics when they're up there working with the high-ranking folks? They observe something that's untoward, right? And they know it's not in comports with the regulation. What do you say to a person like that with regard to the higher ranks and their failure to take charge of a situation?
I've always said to my colleagues who are out there, when you're out there, you are accountable. No one else will be held accountable, safe and except for you in the discharge of your duty. So if it is that you have seen and observed a situation that is escalating, you have an obligation to ensure you de-escalate the situation, and you have to take charge of situation. It is your action or non-action that you will be called upon to account for at the end of the day. And I also remind them that when you are given a gadget, the camera, to perform duties, it is important to have those devices on so that it will be used for future reference. That will help you in a situation to show that you were more than reasonable and your actions can be justified just by the mere fact that you have complied with the policy and utilized the gadget that you were so given.
All right, John.
Yeah, I'm interested in that body cameras, because why aren't the JCF wearing the body cameras? Because we've been told that the government actually purchased. I don't know if they purchased enough for everyone, but apparently they have been ordered and they are available. So why aren't they being used?
They are being used, just that they are insufficient in numbers. And I've publicly stated that there is a need for these cameras because I've seen in the past where it enables the court to make critical determination when matters of a contentious nature is raised and the issue of credibility and integrity is the subject. Then the camera enables the court to make some critical determinations. So I have always been clamoring for more of those cameras to be provided to the people, to the police officers, so that they can utilize it in their interaction with the citizens.
Well, you don't just need the cameras, do you? You need police stations. Said I'm from Clarendon, and I know you're from Clarendon. And have you seen Mocha Police Station? It's two shipping containers. More often than not, they only have one vehicle, and it's never working. You just don't have the resources. You don't get paid much. You don't have any resources, so I think it's nearly impossible for the JCF to perform.
I am tired of doing site visits for Moko. And that is why I have spoken out publicly about the numerous promises, that we have to move away from the promises to the fulfilling of the promises. Because when you have persons working in those environments, it doesn't only impact health, which the government has only catered a paltry health card that is not even sufficient to cater for the health needs. But it also debilitates the fact that you, as a police officer, oftentimes encounters the uncomfortable behavior from our citizens, in that not everybody maintains proper hygiene. A number of situations confronts you in those environments because of the little vaccine or the container that you are put in to operate from. So your health is also compromised. Other citizens' health are being compromised. We need the aesthetics and the infrastructure to properly serve our citizens. And those are the sort of investments that I believe a holistic approach can be taken in respect of. I have always spoken about the Public Debt Management Act, that if you don't believe in the legislation that you have enacted, then it doesn't make sense you're a legislator. You have to take some other course to remove yourself from that era. Because if you don't believe that the very act that you enacted is beneficial to the quest of safeguarding the citizens, because in that act, by Section 9, it empowers the Minister of Finance to provide funding for national security, and Section 10, subsection F, empowers the Minister of Finance in the interest of national security to leverage those funding without any penal clause or action taken against him, whether by external lenders or internal, that there is no penalty or breach for him to access funding in the interest of national security. So I find it very hard for persons to ask me to peg my mind to the issue of inability to provide resources when there is in fact an act that enables the Minister of Finance to provide all those resources.
Someone asked about the militarization of the police, and I guess they're talking from the standpoint of military men leading JCF, and we discussed that briefly a while ago. But you mentioned a while ago that you don't have enough body cameras. We've heard from the Minister of National Security that he was committed to spending 1.2 billion with a B US dollars to enhance the security apparatus in Jamaica, including the JCF. Then we have heard about grants and loans being provided to the Jamaican government for national security. We've heard that there is no crime plan. There's something called Plan Secure Jamaica, which is a national security plan. And I don't think it's been explained to people in a way where they understand, because people still ask for a crime plan. And I keep telling them that there is no such thing, right? But I'm going to go down the list of things that a policeman or a policewoman would need to do their job effectively and efficiently. I'm going to ask you directly whether we have enough of these resources or we don't. Cameras, you already said we don't have enough cameras. How about uniforms? Because based on what I've read in the the disciplinary policy and procedures workshop, that book, you're supposed to get a certain amount every year.
There's still insufficiency.
All right. So that's one, insufficient.
But
How about
sufficing to say though, in the training era, I've seen some improvements since I came out, where I was of the view that that the tunic should be used for graduation exercise, and those persons, if it is that it is not present, then the ceremony should be held back until all those things are in place, because those are precious memories that you seek to garner upon leaving the organization, and it will always be treasured memories. So I've seen some improvement, and not to say that it is where we are comfortable with, but I'm seeing some strides being made to representation.
No, it's my understanding that you were at a graduation ceremony not too long ago, and you saw something that was quite disturbing. Would you care to share that with the audience?
Indeed, it was that 3 sets of uniform were being used at the graduation exercise.
3 sets of uniform.
3 sets of uniform, and since then, having made my position known, as well as the intent of the committee, we have seen upon being invited to a graduation recently that all the men and women were outfitted in their tunic, and it was an amazing sight to behold.
Now, to me, what's amazing is that you would have to come out and raise Cain about the way people are dressed for a graduation, because that's a no-brainer. That's supposed to happen. You can't have a graduation with mix and match uniforms up there. It's supposed to be standard. There's a certain dress standard for graduation, and then when you have mix and match, people wearing denim, people wearing this, people wearing that, it shows that you're not ready for prime time. But let me move on. Vehicles, because we've been told that you have vehicles, that you shouldn't have any problems. You have vehicles. Yes or no?
There is an insufficiency, and I would even go further to say that the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of National Security needs to pursue those fundings that the insurance companies from those motorists whom would have been involved in service vehicle accidents with the police vehicles, that efforts should be made to recoup those fundings, that we can utilize them to regain some units that we are so well in need of, to include my department.
Well, recently, I think about 2 weeks ago, the Japanese government handed over a big check to the Jamaican government for your organization for 33 vehicles, 34, one of them being an ambulance. Have you heard anything about this? And have you been apprised as to how the money will be spent?
In matter of fact, we were told that we are supposed to be getting 3 ambulances, because the intent and purpose is that we would love to have at least 8 ambulances. We would also love to see, when we are going on major operations, that we go on these operations with this use of an ambulance. Oftentimes we continue to be out there at the mercy and the perils, and whether it be a citizen or the life of a police officer, we would want to be able to respond appropriately with the resources. And we have seen where we have lost a member who was on duty, and the protracted delay with him being on the ground, he would have lost too much blood. And so then by the time he reaches the medical facility, the doctors have very little chance of doing a life-saving mean, and consequently we lost that member. We would also love to see that every single police unit is outfitted with a first aid kit to enable our officers to safeguard themselves, and to also be able to respond to the citizens when they so desire to engage the services of the police in their spaces.
All right. Moving right along. Pepper spray, yes or no?
Still, there's a need for more.
All right. Radio. We were told that you're going to get a nationwide radio system that will be equipped in every vehicle. Yes, no?
Insufficient.
Here's a biggie. Weapons. And I ask you this because I heard the police commissioner, the present police commissioner, I heard him say on Cliff Hughes' show that yes, a lot of the policemen, they're not given government issued weapons and they don't have personally owned weapons. So when they come to work, they have to check out a weapon, and when they finish their shift, they have to check it back in and then go home without any weapon whatsoever. Weapons.
I would love for that to be addressed because there is still insufficiency, and given the fact that our landscape has been changing, there is a need for that to be given urgent attention.
Okay, collapsible baton. We're talking about non-lethal weapons now. Collapsible batons.
We would have seen on a number of occasions some of our colleagues out there engaging the public. There is a need to utilize the baton, but of course they are not in possession of one.
Okay. Working conditions.
There is still a significant need for the aesthetics and infrastructure to be dealt with. I don't believe that many of the facilities, to include many of the lockups, and I dare say that they are in need of significant repairs. Repairs are taking place, but the holistic approach that I believe that should be taken, it is not there currently.
Okay. Computers.
There is still a need for, when you have members having to use their own gadgets, then it is crisis proportion, so to speak.
Bulletproof vests.
There is still a need for more.
Psychological assistance.
While there's an effort to treat with the expanding the medical services branch, there is still room for improvement in
Training.
getting more. Cannot be too much. Cannot be overly emphasized either. The laws are being amended daily, and I believe that in everything that you do, you want to see that emerging transformation engagement taking place. I believe that in recent times, there is a platform that is used by Trinidad that is housed by the Jamaican Constitution Force. I want to see that utilization, irrespective of where you are. The seminars can be conducted, and once you are alerted, you can engage it. You can be certified, and that level of certification will matriculate into your future contractual arrangement. So I believe that that's a step in the right direction that we should be looking at. I also believe that the accreditation of the institution called National Police College has been languishing for far too long. That too is a cause for concern. Numerous chairmen has tried to ensure that the cause seem to be done. I believe that we, at this time, as a federation, we are clamoring for the accreditation to be properly executed at the institution. Other organizations within the region with less workforce have seen accreditation of their institution, and consequently, we are saying that the time has long come for us to reach that point.
Okay. You know, Mr. Johns just asked this question. He said that whoever's calling, just another 15 minutes 11. Or so, I'll take the call. So Mr. Johns just made that statement saying that, you know, in the police station, they have these big, large take statement, or they write down what's going on. And everywhere in the world, it's digitized. Is the JCF still using this big book? Are they moving into the digital age?
Moving to the digital age, but it is taking some time to get there.
Okay. And the last question I have for you, there are lots more I could ask you to go down, because suffice it to say, what I'm hearing is that despite the proclamation that they have millions and millions and millions of dollars, US dollars to spend, including 1.2 billion, that you still don't have the equipment necessary to go out and effectively do your job. The
men, sufficing to say, I would want to commend the men and women who continue, even in the face of the absence of proper equipment and resources, that they continue to make the ultimate sacrifice in ensuring that the organization continue to give service to the citizens. And that's a plus that I want to commend them for. And would also at the same time beseech our employer, the government, to look at the appropriate legislation and to take that holistic approach, because I believe with the investment where we are as a country, we are not to be losing so many lives, and we are not in a civil war. So we believe that if the investments are made appropriately, then we will see the returns. It is not far-fetched that in the absence of resources, then even with the issue of protecting our witnesses and giving that confidence to witnesses to come forward, it is going to be a debilitating factor overall that will impact us and impact the court and impact justice, and will lead to persons wanting to take matters in their own hands.
All right, last question before I turn it over to her. We've seen recently where I guess you can call it bad behavior on the part of policemen and women in their interaction with the public. And the question has been asked on several occasions whether or not they understand the Constitution, whether they got training in the Constitution, and as well as the penal code and other pertinent laws and administrative regulations. Are the police trained sufficiently enough in these areas so they can discharge their duties effectively and efficiently without the bad behavior that we're seeing? And a part B of that is, why are we seeing so much of, I mean, people are now equipped with cameras, because I'm sure some of this used to go on before, but now everything is being captured. And even though they know it's being captured, they're still doing it. So why?
I will dare say that is one of the reasons why the Police Federation has consistently implored our members to act professional at all times, reminding them that the citizens are our key stakeholders and they deserve to be treated with the utmost of respect. Training has consistently ensured that every aspect of human dignity and the Constitution that upholds and enshrines those rights, as well as the Citizens' Charter of Rights, those codes are always passed on to us in training. It has not deviated one bit. A matter of fact, if you ask me, that component of training has increased. And we just want to say to our members, our colleagues, that they must at all material times ensure that the citizens' human dignity is preserved, because that is the training that
you get some feedback.
That is the sort of training. I'm using my cell phone, so a call was coming in. So.
Oh, okay, I got you.
But it cannot be a lack of training. it has to be a lack of emotional intelligence being applied. And we continue to say to our members through our engagement to encourage them to understand that you cannot allow your emotions to go ahead of your training, because that will lead you into significant challenges for which we would be called upon to assist in representation. And we don't need to expend funds that we are limited in terms of now upon something that you could have, if you had applied emotional intelligence to the whole interaction, it would be a different perspective that we would be dealing with. The offense, I continue to remind them that offenses are not committed against you, it's against the state. So you must just remain professional and focused and execute your duties using whatever level of restraint that is appropriate and moderate to bring the situation under control.
All right, Herb.
Okay. Interestingly, Claudia Fletcher is asking here, is there an EMT paramedic at each station or police in medical emergency life preservation methods? Before you answer that, I give you a prime example. On Capitol Hill here in Washington, my sister runs a medical department, and in her buildings, she covers like around 3 or 4 different buildings, and she's responsible for a couple hundred police officers there. Each officer has to be a trained EMT by her decree, right? In other words, don't call her office asking her or her staff to rush out to a location. You take action there and then. Yes, call, because they'll eventually get there after they do some type of assessment to see what the priority is. But is this a situation that exists within the JCF, that officers are what we call here in the US EMT or paramedic qualified, to where you go on a mission, an officer gets hurt, you got your bag right there, pop that bad boy open, stop the bleeding, clear the airway, whatever you have to do to keep that person alive.
Hold on one second.
That is why earlier, Herb, I did say that.
Can I go ahead?
No, 1 second, please.
Earlier, I was saying that there is a need for us to be equipped with first aid kits that should accompany us, because we are all trained as first aid responders and EMTs, and consequently we can respond. But with the absence of the resources, then we are limited in how we respond.
Okay. So if you got the supplies or the equipment,
yes,
then the guys can execute like a defibrillator and all these other types of equipment. Correct?
Indeed.
Okay.
And that is why I'm clamoring for all the service units to be appropriately equipped.
Okay. Now,
let me stop it right here and just take a call. Caller, go ahead, please. Welcome to Reasons for Rattigan.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, madam.
Men of words in our society at a time like now. Now I have a couple few things I'm gonna run through briefly and be quick. And now, Mr. Ron James, my namesake, you are definitely a breath of fresh air, sir. When you come on to the JCF and what is going on right now, and all the negatives, when I hear a name like Ron James and I know what you represent, I feel good that there is still hope somewhere across the board. Aside from that, I must congratulate the men, the hardworking men and women that you represent, sir. They continue to uphold the standard amidst the scant financial resources that they have to work with. And also, you know, the their financial salary that they're getting at a time like this, when others are getting 300% and 200%. You wonder, how can the people work so hard, be down that bottom scale? This is wrong. And I ask you to continue to advocate for your people, that they are completely and adequately be paid for the work that you all are doing. Okay, sir? I give you that charge.
I certainly will, madam. Thanks again for the encouragement.
Never be quick.
Yeah, yeah, much. We have a whole lot of things off the top, but go ahead, please.
Mr. Have on your agenda to lobby for percent for affordable housing from the government. Why, sir? When you have these young men and women graduating and they come from the ghetto, some of them, and to go back in the ghetto to work, then they are going to be seen as what do you call it there? They friend them, you know, and all of that, and their life is in jeopardy. So they need to have some other place out of the garrison where they can live, but it must be affordable, because you know the pay that they start with. Please put that on your agenda, sir. Number 2.
Okay,
how do you feel, sir?
No, go ahead.
When your officers bring in the criminals and the deadbeat DPP do what she does in not representing properly and having these men going back on the road, when your people, your men and women, work so hard, do you believe that they might be demotivated, sir, and don't care to do proper investigation? Because it don't make no sense, because they're going to come back out. That could be a part of it too, sir. Right. And that is one of the things that people will take matters in their own hand, as you mentioned before. So this has to be looked into the dead DPP. Now, the assistant commissioner.
Hold on, caller.
Sir, you have to hear this one. Mr. Rattigan, you have to hear this one.
Okay, go ahead. Let him hear it. Go ahead. I'm listening to. Go ahead.
The assistant commissioner of police, you know who him is. You know, things say, he might undermine on a competence, on a honesty, and on a hard work and integrity, sir, and on a diligent work. Sir, this man don't know how to manage. He's not competent enough for the position. And you should have in that. And if you take a page out of your book and see how you govern, the respect you have, he cannot gather that respect with how he's handling crime. All of the crime them going to solve gone in a 513, sir. And we need to hear updates with those ardent crimes that is committed in Jamaica. The man a collect a bag of money and sit down, so. What we feel know? Then this now gonna make the people them on crime continue, sir. And people take things in them own and eye for eye and tooth for tooth. No, sir. What do you think? How do you feel? Right. You know you're not gonna tell me. But you know, sir, the man is not governing right. Can't he go?
All right,
caller. He undermine on the work. Right. And lastly, sir,
okay.
The citizens must respect the work of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Some of them too rude. They are out of order, ill-mannered. They must respect the work of the JCA, which governs the country. Me not say you not have bad in there, but you have good too. And me ask me Jamaican citizen, only respect the work of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Work with them and they will work with you. Some are only to not being respectful to them, undermine them, and behave like when on take the law in a hand. Them children know have the law, them want the money them. Only then on a run gun call them. Some of them cause it on themselves. Bye-bye and thank you. And remember everything when we say.
All right.
Please do it, sir. Fearless. You're a good man. A breath of fresh air. Thank you, Mr. Rattigan.
You're welcome. Take care, caller. Brother, you want to respond to any of that? I mean, it sounds like it was a very complimentary call. And go ahead.
Just to indicate to the caller that My stance will always be that I will continue to lead the best way possible and to motivate my team so that we can empower the men and women uh, to engage with professionalism at the highest level in the discharge of their function. So no matter what it is, that we will continue to do our very best to safeguard our citizenry.
Okay. John?
I just don't see how the JDF can perform when you're not funded properly. That's the be all and end all of it, I see. You're just not getting enough money. If you don't get enough money, you can't perform. I said a few years ago, 200 police cars were ordered, weren't they? Remember that scandal? I think it was 200. And I think about 50 were delivered and we haven't heard anything more. Do you have an update on that?
Not at all.
So you didn't. So we had 200 cars that accompanied the government. Well, I don't even know if they were vetted, but the contract was handed over to somebody, from what I recall. And I can't remember if we got $1 billion. I can't remember the figure. But
Brian,
the money.
Brian
Sorry,
was the name of the place.
say again. I didn't catch it.
Brian's was the name of the used car people that they were trying to get the cars from.
Hold on.
And
Right.
He failed to deliver. But they
So
never
what's the
got the
thing?
money back. They asked for the money back, but it was never forthcoming.
Oh, really? And we're going to leave it like that. Rowan, you're a policeman. Why can't you do anything about this? The man has stolen our money.
That is a matter for the High Command. My core function at this time is to oversee the welfare and well-being of the men and women at this time. So my remit is totally out of that aspect of it.
All right, good answer. Let me take this call. Caller, go ahead, please.
Yes, Mr. Rattigan, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to everyone on the panel and
Yeah.
that police officer there. We need some more police officer like him in Jamaica. But what I find going on in Jamaica is that the good police can't get to govern because of the corruption in the police force. You understand?
Yes.
So if you have 10 good police officers, you have 20 bad ones. And them can't govern properly because of corruption. Once we get all corruption out of the JCF and out of Jamaica itself with the government and everybody, Jamaica will be in a better place.
All right, that's a
You
good
understand?
point. Yeah.
Too much corruption. The police them take too much bribe. Them not doing their work because of of the corruption. And
Okay.
if you have two squaddy are patrol. One of them make a wrong move. The other one say, yo, I don't like what you're doing. You know what him do next day? He go to the corruption one him. We can't work with the brother, because him not up to what me up to. And we can't work with him.
Caller,
So you
that's
find that now.
look, that's a good point. That's a point.
Me I tell you,
Yeah. All right.
and the police they need to get paid more better. And they need it to get them. Where we come from, sometimes we call the police them say they don't have a vehicle.
Right.
You call a police and them don't have a vehicle.
Well, you heard it from you heard it from the chairman that they just don't have the vehicles, even though we've been told that there is money and that there are vehicles. Somebody mentioned that it's not that, maybe because they don't have the resources, it's not distributed properly. But anyway, we have to leave it here. So thanks for the call. Let me grab another call. All right. Caller, go ahead, please. Yes, caller, go ahead, please.
Good evening to your panel and Herb.
Yes.
But anyway, Mr. James, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My question to you is, ACP Bailey above you, and personally, I think your job, based on his performance, he has undermined your job
What's the question, caller? Reconnect.
Is that I think they should. I think. I think. I'm just asking Mr. James if they could not, vote for this man to remove from his position as a acting as a commissioner, or acting commissioner or what? Because I think he's putting your job in a position where you hardly even recognize, because he's not doing a proper job, in my view.
All right. Look, thanks for the call. Let me have the chairman answer your question. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you answer that, sir?
That is a take for the Police Services Commission to assess, evaluate, any senior officer and the commissioning rank. It would be remiss of me if I overstep my bound to evaluate what is the performance of the Deputy Commissioner of Police. That is within the remit of the Police Services Commission.
All right. I wanted to ask you about crowd control. And it's in line with the last set of questions I asked. I've seen where. Hold on 1 second. Let me just. They have a limited amount of time to make a phone call, so it's best for me to just take them now. Caller, go ahead, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, Sir Rattigan, and the next three gentlemen here. What I want to say to you, you know that some of the people still have paid the same minimum wage, they not start paying the new one for the workers, and in the first of July.
Whoa, caller, you sound muffled. Can you repeat that?
You hear me better now?
Go ahead with the question, please.
No, I'm saying you have some people still not pay the new minimum wage as yet.
Yes.
Because they have some people that work like 12 hours. 12 hours a day, and then work 7 days a week. For them, it adds up to 84 hours. And them getting like 15,500 and something.
All right. Here's the problem with that question. The chairman cannot answer that question, and we're not going to take that question today. Call us tomorrow on Waterhouse Vibes, or call us Sunday night on Lonesome's town hall meeting, and we'll address that question. All right?
I don't have a number for that. I can call on the same number.
Call me after the program, and I'll give you the numbers. All right?
All right then. Thanks.
Okay. Caller, go ahead, please.
All right.
Hello?
Yes. You're live on Region with Rattigan. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rattigan. But this one goes to the Honorable Sir James. How about us as citizens, if we live in a certain police division where a police station is and we want to donate like computers, would that be accepted?
Once you engage the Ministry of National Security, that can be done.
Hold on 1 second.
As it relates to gifts to the police force, the channel and the conduit is through the Ministry of National Security. There's absolutely nothing wrong with giving a donation, but it has to go through the Minister of National Security.
No, hold on 1 second, caller. Let me just add another layer of questioning on what you just asked the chairman. If the caller wanted to give her division, right, a computer, you're saying based on what you just said that it's not assured that her division will get it because it has to go through the Ministry of National Security.
The division will get it, but appropriately, it is the Ministry of National Security that will have to accept, because it is in fact a breach. If the sub-officer should accept a gift or donation, it would be a breach of the Book of Rules.
The reason why I ask that question is because, correct me, was it last year or the year before that the Minister of National Security appeared on the Let's Connect platform hosted by the Jamaican ambassador?
It was last year, yeah. And he said,
last year.
And he told us we couldn't give anything directly to the police stations.
Right. He said what would happen is that you would have to give it to Oh, well, this lady's calling from Jamaica, but
Right.
in our case, living in the diaspora, we would have to go through the embassy. Then the embassy would send it to the ministry, and then the ministry would make a determination where it would go. So even they said, even if you said, I want it to go in Mandeville, it doesn't mean that it's going to Mandeville. They're going to take it and they're going to look to see where there's a need, and they'll just assign it there. So my wish probably won't be granted if I say I want it to go to the Mandeville police station. They may end up sending it to the Spanish Town police station. So that's an issue right there. Carla, do you have another question?
How are we gonna? I mean, you're living in a certain area and you want to uplift those police station that is in your area, and because Minister of Security won't accept, then there and then we won't have a better policing in our country.
Well, I tell you what you do, man.
We want some people want to make it better, and we're still not getting through because they're gonna take it, for instance, take it out of Black River and send it to Spanish Town. Oh, that doesn't. I don't think that works. How they work it like that?
Madam, nothing beats a child but a failure. There is a policy in place.
We want to help the force to go along because so much things the national security stop. So we're not going to have a better policing in Jamaica then.
Right. Well, maybe not. But that what the chairman just outlined is a procedure, and he has no control over beyond what he just told you. But I guess that is it. That you have to send it to the ministry, and then the ministry will try and get it to your division. But I don't think it's a definite yes that because you want it to go wherever you want it to go, that it will be sent there. And I can see reasons for them not doing it, good and bad. So thanks for your call. Let me take another call. All right.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, caller, go ahead, please. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Mr. Ratty?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. This is for the chairman.
Yes,
I
please,
want to ask him a question. I know you got the CTAC, I know you got all sorts of implemented what do you call it now? Groups, subgroups within the police force fighting crime. But I want to understand this. Why is it each time we as law-abiding citizens give those people the information we need to fight and leverage crime in Jamaica, we names them a reach back a road? Why and how? That is why we are so afraid to say anything about anything. Because right in there, we name a come back a road. Several witnesses are dead. People who call and try to fight against crime are dead. Innocent big man, big woman, old man, old woman, we want to see a bit of Jamaica calling and tell the people them say, look here, this and that and so forth and so on, and them are dead. Mysterious deaths. They just get some gunshot and that is it. And everybody I wonder say, what cause this? All them people, all them fall and die. What they could have involved in it? You get what me say, sir?
Right.
So I'm just asking, why is it every time we carry with information, we name a reach back a road, sir?
All right. Let the chairman answer that. All right. Thanks for the call.
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right.
Before you answer that, sir, yeah, caller, go ahead, please.
Hello, very good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I just want to say, I really appreciate the work that is being done by you, Mr. Rattigan, and the gentleman there, because we really need to take our country back. This is really the only way, because it seems as if the mainstream media seems as if the structured and structured people and pressure groups have disappeared, and it is all left up to the bloggers and persons who really believe that we can bring Jamaica back. Because I'm 60 years old, I just declared that.
Mm-hmm.
And I know our country from it was a place where I couldn't whistle in front of an older person.
Mm-hmm.
To the point where it is right now, it seems for all corruption, see the name of the game. And I have a little theory, you know.
All right.
Why?
I tell you what with the theory. Well, let's talk about the theory another time. But do you have a question for the chairman?
Well, not really a question. I just want to commend him.
Please go ahead and commend him.
Actually So my commendations, Chairman. Very good afternoon to you.
Thank you.
I know you have a very serious task on hand, but to be honest with commending the bloggers and so on, because we have one we are next. So this is just one way, and we can only be with you because a lot of things I know you can't really answer here either. So we just have to understand that until we build to the stage where you will find that the pressure that will come to embolden you will come. For now, continue to do what you're doing, and we're grateful for what you do.
Thanks, Carl. Thanks.
You take care.
All right. We have. Hello, caller. Hello.
Okay. Hi, Mr. Rattigan.
Hi, how are you?
Good. So I have a question. Why every time if someone is injured, they just toss the bodies in the back of the police vehicles?
Hold on 1 second. Could you repeat that question?
Why every time someone is injured, whether it was by an accident or it was by a crime, a shooting by the police officers, they just toss the bodies in the back of the police vehicle?
Okay. All right. Hold on 1 second. I have to go now, but he's gonna answer that question. All right.
And I have another thing too.
All right.
I think that the police also has a duty to educate the citizens about tampering with the crime scene. I've noticed over the years, whether I together in August Town, whenever there is a crime or shots being fired, you have people that go there and pick up the bullets, pick up the straight shells, lift the bodies up. We need to educate the citizens if there's actually real investigations going on. I think we need to educate the citizens on how not to tamper with the crime scene.
All right. All right. Thanks so much. I'm gonna have him answer those questions. All right. All right. For all of those calling right now, let's just hold off on the calls because there are 3 questions pending. This lady just asked about, is there a procedure for transporting bodies, injured or deceased? There's also a question about the reporting information. How do you protect people and information? And the third question. And the third question was about protecting the crime scene. How do you educate the public about protecting a crime scene? Answer them in any order you want.
Let me take the first one, the last one first. The issue of protecting the crime scene. It is important for every citizen to understand that if you compromise the crime scene and tamper with the evidence, it will impact the outcome of justice. So it is best for you to ensure that when you see a crime scene, you endeavor to assist the police in protecting that. You are ensuring justice for your victim and colleague or citizen, or your fellow citizen or your family. That is one. The other issue of how we transport victims are persons who may be injured.
Bring your camera up a little bit. Bring your camera up. Yeah.
As how you protect we transport injured persons. As I would have said before, it is important for us to be at all times be able to get an ambulance. If we had that resources at our disposal, you would not see us seeking to utilize whatever other method we have to assist or aid those persons. It cannot be that we are operating where we should be going on operations with an ambulance and we are going there without. It is important, if we are as a people, we are going to ensure that we protect human dignity. It is that we must put the resources in so that everyone can be treated with respect. Even if a man is a criminal element, that person does not deserve to be treated without dignity. It simply means that our government has a duty to provide all these resources so that the concerns of you, the citizens, can be addressed through our operations.
All right. There's another question about protection of information and people.
In relation to that aspect of it, where there is any such breach, I would encourage you, the citizens, to provide the information to either MOCA or to, you may not want to go to CTOC, but you can go to iProbe. There are other areas that you can report it to for the information for that to be dealt with, because we consider it a serious indictment on the part of justice and the image of our department, the JCF.
What they're saying though is that it's too late by the time you get around to say reporting it, because they report the crime and by the time they get home, word has filtered back to the community that they just reported to the police about someone and then they're killed. So it's too late, and that serves as a signal to others that you shouldn't report it to the police, because if you do, then you will meet the same fate.
As I would have alluded earlier, sometimes the perception is worse than the reality. Sometimes it doesn't add up.
Right.
Sometimes you might hear something along the line, but it is not substantiated, because it is not as if when you are attending up on the station, it is in hiding that you are doing it, or you are being driving to the station. So persons, even from your community, may have seen you at the station, and inquisitorial aspect of it is that they are going to try to find out, why is it that Miss Mary attended up on the station? Why she have something down here? And it can be, no, you are going to infer that it is in fact the police that divulges the information, when it is in fact somebody from your neighborhood would have seen you attending up at the station to make a report.
Let me take another call here. Caller, go ahead, please.
Yes, Mr. Ratty, good evening, and good evening to your panelists.
Yes, sir. Good evening to you.
Yes, 2 questions I want to ask the officer. Officer, how are you going to improve what they call proactive policing? In a case where the husband a kill wife, the wife a kill husband, friend a kill friend, okay? How are you going to improve proactive policing in that scenario? And how are you going to develop, how is the police going to develop a better relationship with the community? Because the police have to work in unison with the community if you're going to reduce crime, who are the criminal them. So that's just my 2 questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Hold on 1 second, Chairman. Hold on. Yes, caller, go ahead, please. Hello? Hello? All right, go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. To the caller, I believe that our quest and our thrust through public education drive, our community safety and security branch, I believe that over the years there has been significant improvement, to the extent we have some dispute resolutions and domestic violence centers. Even at our police station across every single division, there are domestic violence centers that has been as a project of the government initiated. And we believe that we are making significant strides through our educational drive to continue to engage our citizens. Sufficing to say, we would want to see more engagement and our day-to-day policing activities, where we see where we have police officers having to work at laptops and those things. We would love for them to be able to be removed out of that precinct and to be placed in the communities to impact the communities more than what it is being that we are currently doing. So again, caller, it is something that it's been actively pursued. We're hoping that we will leverage more police officers to engage in the domestic violence centers, as well as the community safety and security branch, and do more community-based policing than we are doing currently.
All right. Caller, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rohan James, actually, it's a pleasure speaking with you. I think you embody what we want officers to do. But I have a couple of questions for you, and I hope you answer them. Why can't the police department, since politicians interfere with them so much, become an independent body? I think right now they're looking into constitutional changes, and why can't that be added to it, that the police should become an independent body, and that the voters, the people of Jamaica, would vote them in, and not the politicians appointing someone like a failed police commissioner who has not been to an academy and not been through the rigors of becoming a police officer. That's actually running the police force. And we saw recently, or maybe a year or so ago, a lack of confidence in both the commissioner and the security minister, and they're still there. And I don't expect you to comment on that. I want you to comment on why can't it become an independent body. The other question is for Mr. James, and Mr. Rattigan is probably more eminently qualified to probably ask this question. But we have the FBI, we have state police, we have local police in the United States, right? Those are three different bodies, right? The FBI is not under the state, it is not under the wing. Why, and please correct me if I'm wrong, why every single police entity is under the JDF? Why can't they be separate? Okay, like the FBI is separate from the state is separate from local, all that type of stuff. Why everyone has to be under the JCF? Why can't we have separate police departments? So some police departments can investigate a lot of corrupt police officers who are going around joining gangs and committing crimes. So if you could answer those two questions for me, I certainly would appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Rattigan, Herb,
Right.
and
Thank you, sir. All right. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Yes, we do have a department that investigates the conduct of our police officers who can be deemed as rogue. Not to say that I believe that one of the things that we need to do more is to ensure that the information is properly communicated on a day-to-day basis or on a quarterly basis as to where we are in terms of our investigation and what success has been reaped. However, there are departments within the council that continue to assist in rooting out police officers who will engage themselves in misconduct in the public office. And I'm sure that it is an unwavering approach that has been taken. The Federation in and of itself has indicated to our membership that we are in no way any safe haven for corruption nor misconduct in a public office.
All right. What we're going to do? Oh, caller, go ahead, please.
Hi, Mr. Rattigan. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir.
Yes, sir. Good day to you. And, thank you very much for the work you're doing. Mr. Chairman, I heard your response in related to the question of the digitalization of the police force. And I think it was a very minuscule answer. I just want to ask you a question in that relating to that. And I know, all the countries around the world and their military forces and police forces is actually is on at the mercy right now as to what is happening in the World Economic Forum as it relates to the digitalization of the planet and AI and everything. What is the plans that you see right now on the books as it relates to AI? Are you going to have humanoids, robots as well? Or are you going to have humanoids, dog and stuff? What is the stuff on the books as it relates to AI within the police force? Because I know it's about to change every aspect of all governance and all aspect of all people.
Thank you, sir.
Simply to say, though, caller, it is not within my remit to speak on that aspect of it. It is the sole prerogative of the Commissioner of Police to address that aspect of it. My remit is within welfare and force efficiency. While I do make recommendations to the Commissioner and the Minister of National Security, it is within their remit to speak on those issues.
Now I understand why your answer was like this, but I get it. I fully understand your authoritative power. I get it.
All right. Thanks, caller.
Hey, Will.
Okay, you're welcome.
Will.
1 second. Caller? Hello?
Yeah, hello. Mr. Rattigan, good day to you and your guest.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to talk from experience, right? Now,
well, look,
I know you heard Mr. Buchanan talk about to Jamaica. In one of those Jamaica, the haves and the absent, in one of those Jamaica, the haves, those people seemingly don't get a chance to face justice because there's no real discipline in the police force. You could give them $10 million or $10 billion worth of equipment. If there's no willingness on the part of the officers to do the right thing, and if there's no integrity in those officers, those machines will be worth nothing. I believe, right? And we all know this, right? That children grow up wanting to be police officers because they think this profession is an honorable and noble profession. Now, when they go to recruit or to go to join, they go with this knowledge, knowing that the police force is a civil service job. They know that the pay is not as in the private sector, but then they decide that this is what they want. The society loves this, the society supports this, right? The society wants them to succeed at what they're doing. However, when they get there, most of them turn it into something else. Not most of them, but some of them turn it into something else. And it brings down the reputation of the force. It makes the force look bad. You had many callers today.
Caller, let me stop you. Let me stop you right there. Let me just stop you right there and just ask you to do this for me, right? Do you have a question for the chairman or for anybody on the panel?
Yeah, I want to know why the leadership of the JCF is not paying more attention to the lower ranks, because you're getting all these complaints about the top of the leadership, but the top of the leadership is not the people in the field. So the people in the field need more discipline. So the top of the rank need to get more seriously involved in the discipline of the lower rank. So is there anything that the leadership is doing to ensure that the lower ranks is doing their job for the community of Jamaica?
All right. Thanks so much. I'll have him answer the question. All right?
Sure.
All right. Can you answer that, sir?
You would have heard me out there on numerous occasions speaking about accountability, and for persons who are accountable to hold those who needs to be held accountable. So accountability is always at the forefront of my existence. When we speak of accountability, and every single officer out there must be held accountable, and those who supervise and command must be held accountable if they fail to hold them accountable.
All right. Herb, by the way, for anybody planning to call in, we're not going to take any more calls for about another 30 minutes or so, because the panel here, we have to get involved in the discussion as well. Plus, we have people in the chat room asking questions. So, Herb, over to you, sir.
Okay. Chairman, I just wanted to make a comment for that person who spoke about AI involvement in policing. Not even here in the United States. Has any firm decisions been made by any of the three-letter agencies to include state police agencies that I'm aware of that has firmed up on AI? I know there's virtual reality training situations, use of chatbots, predictive policing being done where they can predict because of where the crimes occur. The AI will then say crimes are likely in these areas, and here's the pattern it will follow. All of these things, to include body-worn cameras, the AIs are now linked to the body-worn cameras, and then can predict certain activities that it's seen that the human mind may not be picking up on, because the AI sees everything, the full picture. But there's nothing out there yet that we can say here's a firm list of training that can be done. In any case, AI is meant to complement the actual physical training that occurs and not replace it, right? So an officer who wants to be reminded of the laws and regulations can probably use the AI to remind them of that when they're out on the road and they're trying to assess a charge or something that they need to put on somebody. But in any case, here are my questions. Two situations. We talk about crime and disruption. Let's talk about a certain attorney, a murder occurs in his house. And because of the high profileness of this attorney, the deputy commissioner of police goes out there, and this attorney brings in his doctor and says, I need 2 weeks of recovery before I can answer any questions. Is there anything written in the regulations that you know of that would preclude that deputy commissioner from saying, no, we got to do this investigation, you got to make your statement, then you can go on bed rest? Okay, that's the first of two. The second one, Hammond Barracks. The leader got replaced after it was discovered that his men were engaging in some extracurricular activities contrary to police regulations. The killing of the Don in Spanish Town, right? The fact that a lot of the members of that organization were standing guard duty on construction site run by different Dons in Kingston. But yet still, when that leader was replaced and the unit was being deactivated or reorganized, they sent an assistant commissioner of police out there to investigate and to come back, I assume, and give a report to the ministry, to the commissioner as well as the minister of national security. Everything went dark after that. We know that the assistant commissioner went out there, but everything got shut down. Where's the investigation? Where's the transparency? Right? What happened to that crime scene? All right, did it just blow up and disappear? What happened? So these are the two cases that if your officers see this, they're saying, look what's happening up here. And now you come bothering me about some little infraction on a murder scene that now you want to hold me accountable. But these big boys are not being held accountable. And I'm not asking you to hold them accountable. I'm just asking you, what are the regulations that would impact the parameters of those investigations, and why there's no transparency?
While it is that I don't know the specificity of the era that is of grave concern, I know that everyone has to account on the basis of when you are doing an investigation, there is always a team that reviews, and I'm sure that those it's within the commissioner's remit to assess whether or not there is any level of unprofessionalism or corruption or untoward activities, and to take the appropriate steps. As I would have indicated before, my remit as it is right now is about force efficiency. Uh, it doesn't impact investigation at this time. So I wouldn't want to cast any aspersion or assumption without having the facts at hand or the evidential values to support whatever I would draw for.
Got you. Right. What just one more.
Go ahead,
here.
go ahead.
One more. You're not finished?
No, go ahead, please.
Okay.
I was just looking for John, but go ahead.
Yeah. Uniforms. About 4 years ago, I made a report, and in the report I said that uniforms are being worn by gangsters, gang members. They are going out to people's homes. They interpret this as a real police, and then the people get murdered by these gangsters. This was told to me directly by a citizen within a community in South St. Andrew. And he said that he knew there was an officer responsible for releasing those uniforms to these people. And my argument was, why is it that the uniforms are not stenciled or some other marking with the name of the police station that they're issued to or persons that they're issued to prevent these proliferation of uniforms to gangsters, that they can't get all the police uniform, badges, and everything else, and go out and create adversaries' home or headquarters, end up killing them, and the police get blamed because they say, oh, they were wearing police uniforms. Why is there not better controls on police uniforms in that sense?
I'm happy you asked that question, Herb. Until the legislators are very much serious that police paraphernalia must not be worn by civilians, then it will continue. And where it is that persons can see it fit to manufacture police paraphernalia and to be wearing them without being able to hold them accountable, then it lends itself for criminal activities to take place under the guise of policing. So that is where there needs to be a greater focus. If persons believe that they can manufacture police paraphernalia and sell them, and for criminal elements to leverage them and utilize them at their will without consequences, then I believe that is where accountability is lacking. And the legislators just need to be serious about ensuring that when you legislate, the legislation will have teeth and it will empower the police to act decisively. And it would also assist the citizens in ensuring that what needs to be done when they bring the information to the police is able to act promptly so that the citizens' lives can be protected at best.
Yeah, thank you. Doc?
John?
I'm looking at a lot of the comments here, and many people just don't trust the police. And they're talking about rogue police in there. So the whole system appears to be broken. Unfortunately, I just don't know. I think one of the biggest problems we had, I mentioned before, is actual funding. If you do it funded properly, then you will get better police officers, I believe. But the biggest problem we have is that people just simply do not trust the police. They will not go to anything. They'll always think there's going to be a backlash. And I live here, And would I go and report something to police? I'd think twice about it, to tell you the truth. That's yeah, I would actually think twice about it. So it is really broken. And as for the AI, somebody mentioned AI. Obviously, that person doesn't live in Jamaica. The police don't even have uniforms when you're talking about AI. I've passed female officers who have got a little bit fluffy, and I'm not joking. You'll see that their uniforms look like they've been painted on. They look about 20 years old. They're all frayed, and you'll see at any second a button might just fly off and knock out an eye. I mean, so when people are talking about AI, this is not America. This is Jamaica. We say we don't even have police stations. We don't have uniforms. We don't have anything. So AI is something that's in the distant future. So I don't think that should even be discussed in this forum, because it's outlandish.
Hold on 1 second. Let me take this call. Caller, go ahead, please.
Yes, Mr. Rattigan. Thanks again. I have another question. I've seen where a lot of done have been incarcerated for their crime, given their sentences, but yet you hear them on recordings giving out instructions to their cronies, and they're continuing their crimes behind bar. Mr. Chairman, what are your plans in preventing that from happening moving forward, and why is it, as we speak, still allowed to continue?
Barrett, thank you so much. Listen to the answer, all right?
Okay.
All right. Let me just say this to all the people calling in, that please listen carefully to the chairman's remit. His remit, and he said it about, I don't know, 4 or 5 times. They said his remit is efficiency and welfare. So when we start delving into administrative things, he's saying, look, especially when it comes to the high command, he's like, well, and leadership. He's like, that's not my remit. I can't go there. When you start asking about investigations, he's going to be limited by that. But the caller just asked a question, and I'll allow the chairman the respect to answer the question. But just keep in mind that when you ask your questions, think about it. And I should have said this a long time ago. I apologize. Formulate your questions around efficiency and welfare of the JCF. All right, Chairman, the floor is yours.
Yes. Thanks, Mr. Rattigan. Just to say to the caller, that is within the remit of the Department of Correctional Services and the Ministry of National Security. They are solely entrusted with ensuring that whatever happens within the penal institution, that they seek to cauterize whatever illegal activities that are taking place. So all I can do from where I sit is to make the recommendation that I've observed in hindsight and anticipate that they will be acted upon.
I have a question, and it came up early in the discussion. Quite a few people ask about the young police woman who flew to the US for a liver transplant, and that didn't happen. And I believe she's back in Jamaica now. That has to do with welfare. So what can you tell us about that situation? Because people are confused. We're getting conflicting information.
Just to say that I'm limited in terms of what it is that I can say publicly, sufficing to say, though, that there are areas that communication could have been better had surrounding the whole preparation and for her to be sent to the United States for treatment. If better particulars and communication was done, I believe that it would have been a tidier situation going forward. Nonetheless, we have to be making sure that instead of complaining about what was not done prior to, that we seek to correct the ills and to get the situation of treatment to her in a timely manner, and for her to be able to get the proper medication to stay alive. as it is.
What's her condition now? What's her condition now?
She is still in the state, being medicated. She's still in the state, being medicated. Yes.
Because I heard that she went back home. So
no, she's still in the state, being medicated. Albeit there has to be some urgent approach to be taken in regards to her well-being.
All right, so people, you hear that? She's not in Jamaica, because that has been published quite widely, that she went back home. She's not back home. She's still in the United States being medicated and treated. So hopefully, God willing, she will get the transplant and she'll have a full recovery. Herb?
Yeah. One of the questions that came up earlier had to do with weapons, right? And the isolation of recruits who now become police officers away from, let's say, a red lighted district, a district that's known criminal producers, the Dons run it. How do you approach that question to the High Command to protect young officers who want to eagerly engage within various communities, but they're at a risk? And how is it not possible, with all the monies that is being given to the JCF through the State Department and USAID, this not comes up to where officers need to protect themselves? Or you need a separate home away from home, like a barracks, where these officers can be placed for their own protection. Is this something that has been considered? Is it anywhere on the horizon? And this has to do with their welfare.
Just to correct the information earlier, Mr. Rattigan, regarding the female constable, she is home, but she is being medicated from in Jamaica. So just to correct that information.
So she's in Jamaica?
She's in Jamaica, but she's being assisted with the medication from home. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So, just to indicate, though, that the what you have asked her regarding preparations for officers and accommodation, that there is a concerted effort in terms of our representation, because we have earlier a caller had asked about us seeking to ensure that they are able to acquire housing. That is a representation that we have been stridently making, because when you look at what it is that is being done, it is that many of our officers who work in other parishes, it is not as if where they are working, they reside in those areas, and it would be best. Yes. Consequently, it is the best if the officers have a permanent place of abode, because it would be more cost efficient to the officer. So that is something that I believe that through our engagement with our employer, then it will be of significant value to the officer's economic capacity.
Yeah.
All right. We're gonna have to wind it down now, because I know it's we've actually taken up much of your time, and then we wanted to move on to some additional topics. So we're gonna go around one more time. We're gonna take some phone calls. We're gonna give some people some opportunities, especially those who haven't called in yet, and also from the chat room. Let me start by asking you this question. Recently, the police commissioner, I believe, talked about legislation to establish a task force. We're composed of retired policemen and women, retired military people, and citizens with gun permits. Now, what is your feeling about that, considering that you're going to now have some of your people sitting on a task force with some of these people who haven't been trained in a long time, or are people who have not ever been trained? what's your feeling about that?
We are yet to be told of that initiative from the commission by the commissioner, and we eagerly await the information and how he what sort of vision that he is bringing to the fold with that thinking, and how it will impact us in terms of force efficiency and equipment otherwise.
Okay.
Given our limited capacity at this time, it is important for us to say that and to stay within that remit for the time being until clarity has been obtained.
Okay. All right. Caller, go ahead. I know you've been trying for a while. Go ahead, please.
Yes, Mr. Rattigan. I'm actually calling.
Oh, you're calling again. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought it was somebody else. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm calling in response to what the gentleman says in regards to AI, and summarize his statement as if AI is a non-issue to Jamaica, but it is not. It is actually a global issue, and it's on the books of every single governmental entity. I know most people don't want to discuss it, but it is every single aspect of all discussion right now is all going to be affected by AI. So I just want to correct that point, that AI is an issue globally, and it is indeed an issue for Jamaica as well.
All right. Thank you so much, sir.
Bye.
All right. Caller, go ahead, please.
Yes, Mr. Rattigan, I'm calling from Canada.
Calling from Canada.
Why don't you put the name tag on them? Because I don't know the name. I will know you.
Oh, you don't
so
know
next
me?
time you let them have them name tag, all right?
Okay, all right, fine, no problem. Well, the gentleman to the top right, if you're looking at the screen, that's Chairman Rohan James. The gentleman directly below him is Professor John Lennon. And the gentleman directly below me is Herb Nelson Jr.
Yeah, okay. So what I have to say, I'm calling from Canada. I don't believe in police shoot down a man, and if he surrender, why would they shoot him? Why would they shoot to kill? And you can't shoot a man when he surrenders. So this is that the police commit a murder right here.
Okay, Mr. James, you want to answer that? Is there wait a minute? Is there a question there, by the way?
Yeah, I'm asking. I am saying that most of our young ones are dying in Jamaica. We know they're criminals. We know they're whatever they've done. But most of the time, when the police officer kill them, they did not have a weapon. They go down on their knee and they surrender, and the police don't kill them.
All right, all right. The chairman will address that question. Thanks for the call. Listen to the answer. All right. Okay, caller, go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. I just want to watch your show.
Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support.
Yes, hey, Rattigan, I always watch you, especially Fernando. Good boy, I tell you. However, I'm trying to find out what the topic is about. I thought the chairman for the federation.
Yes. He's talking about the state. He's talking about the state of the JCF as far as welfare and efficiency are concerned. So if you have a question about the welfare of the police officers and their efficiency, then you can go ahead and ask him. He cannot answer any question, just to make it clear to you. He won't entertain any question concerning investigations, particularly ongoing investigations, and about leadership at the top, not mid-level managers, but leadership, high command, and things of that nature. Do you have a question for him?
I was a police officer and I live in calling from Canada. I live in Canada.
Okay.
So I have the feelings of what is happening now.
Okay.
And it really hurts me
Yes.
to see how the government of the day operate with the police.
All right.
That also comes from police to become labor in their duty.
Okay. All right. I'll tell you what, since you joined us late, I'm going to suggest that you go back and you listen to the program later on, and then you can hear
Yeah.
all the things that the chairman said about the JCF. All right.
Yeah, man, I do that.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I think I have time for like maybe one more call, but in the meantime, Herb and John, you have any questions for our statements you want to make to the chairman?
You know, I truly feel for you in your position, Chairman, because you have to be strong for all your membership, right? At the same time, you have to give the respect to the high command. But if the high command is failing you, which it appears they've been failing you guys for a very long time, if they're well taken care of, they're well connected to politicians, all right, they don't have a whole lot to worry about. But your rank and file people, the common things like their own safety, the common things like their own health, the health of their family members, right? Do they have time to take the kids out to learn to play football or cricket or anything like that? You know, I know they're looking for dedication from your people, and they get a lot of overtime and dedication. The least they can do is pay the people so that they can take care of their family members and take care of themselves. I just don't understand why they're showing such indifference to your folks. And this is not where we know when they go away for training, especially General Anderson. He's been to military training where he's taught the mission is number one, but the welfare of your people being number two ties directly to attaining that mission. You've got to take care of your people, and then they'll take care of the mission. And that's how I see things as a military person.
All right, we're going to take one more call, and then I'll leave the final word to John, and then we'll move on to another topic. Caller, go ahead, please.
Yeah, good night, Mr. Rattigan.
Good night, sir.
Hey, I got a quick question. As I'm an old police officer in Jamaica.
Yes, sir.
And pretty much right now, why are they recruiting so many young officers and they do not have adequate uniforms? They gave them a list to go to training school with. When they reach there, they got pretty much nothing. Plus, at the same time, they do not even get they're not getting good treatment in terms of meals. The other day they went to get sworn on to take their pictures. They got to be 4 uniforms, 4 shirts, 120 some officers. So I don't know if the chairman have any idea of what's really going on, but he need to dig in and get some, so that they can make some better preparation. You can't be recruiting all them young policemen, and at the end of the day, they ain't getting, and they're getting a big bookless like this.
All right. Thanks so much. He's going to address your question. All right. Thanks for the support.
All right.
All right. By the way, folks, we're not going to take any more calls on this topic or for because we're gonna end this segment of the program. Then we're going to take well, we're not going to take a break. We're just going to roll over to the next segment. But Chairman, please go ahead and answer that. Why is it that the JCF is recruiting all of these young people and they have no experience, nothing whatsoever?
That is why we are here to ensure that we hold the JCF High Command to a standard where it provides the requisite training and resources to our membership for us to be better able to serve our populace, which is the public, in the manner that is expected of us. Force efficiency is our mandate, and we have to ensure that in accounting, we hold those who are accountable to account.
All right. John, are you there? I think John stepped away.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
John.
here.
Oh, you're here. All right. Well, your closing remarks to the chairman, please.
Yeah, I want to go back to the overtime. Because we were having a discussion, weren't we? And I was saying to you that your overtime money is actually in the reserves. Did you actually bring that up with Nigel Clark?
Because it's a matter that is before the court, all I need to do is just to provide counsel with the matter. I believe we should be back before the court on the 3rd of June this year for that matter to be...
3rd of June?
Yes.
Next year, you said?
This year. Next year, yes,
No,
yes. Next year, yes.
Next year? So you're going to wait another year to get your overtime pay?
That's the justice system. Wish it could be earlier.
Well, why don't you go on strike? Why don't you take some kind of industrial action?
You see the thing about it, Doc, as a professional body, we would not want our key stakeholder, the citizenry, to be placed at a detriment.
But we're at a detriment already.
We have confidence that the justice system will work, and I am very much confident that we will have our day in court.
Okay. I don't think you'll get your day in court, but okay.
Okay. Well, look, Chairman, thank you so much for taking time out of your afternoon, evening, early evening to be with us. I'm sure that some people, I'm looking at the chat, and some people, it's funny because you're the kind of guest that I really love to have on, because you're people, totally in support of what you're doing. Then there's some people on the fence, and they're going, and then there's some people saying, no, he's not saying what we want him to say. So it's generating a discussion, and I really, really like that. Now, you haven't answered all of the questions because all of the questions haven't been asked. So I trust that you'll come back and that we can continue with this line of reasoning to the point where people will kind of get a really good sense of who you are, the challenges that you're facing, and what you're trying to do to hurdle those obstacles. And I just want to thank you.
And thank you very much for having me. And I just want to say to the general public that a part of my effort and quest is to ensure that I keep that interaction and engagement and public education drive going. And I will continue to ensure that as best as possible, the men and women are provided with the amenities and the resources, as well as to be properly compensated so that they can have this stable focus frame of mind to serve you diligently as how you expect to be served.
All right. Thank you for coming. So we'll talk soon.
Indeed. Take care.
All right. All right. Yes, folks. That was Chairman Rohan James from the Jamaica Police Foundation. Federation, I'm sorry. Like I said, it generated a lot of questions, and I'm sure some of you are still saying that a lot of them are unanswered. But just keep in mind that his remit, and I said it before, and some of you, I don't think you maybe because of the noise in the background, you didn't hear him correctly, or you didn't hear him fully. But he's qualified and he's authorized to speak about efficiency and what's the other one? And welfare. So if he didn't answer questions about investigations, I hope you understand why. And if he didn't answer questions about what the High Commission is doing and so on and so forth, I hope you understand why. But we'll have him back, and then you can ask him some of the questions that you didn't get to ask him this time. Now we're going to move into the second phase of this program, and it has to do with two questions that I listed on the promo. where are the benefits from the mining of bauxite? And we also, why haven't we converted to clean energy? But we want to start with bauxite because some of you, I think, were shocked when John mentioned to you about the amount of money that some of these companies had as earnings and the levy they paid to the government of Jamaica. And so I'd like him to continue with that conversation. And he has additional information as well, because during the week he sent me something showing me where there was a holding area, and there's a school right next to it, which I don't think they did a feasibility study, or if they did and they said it was okay, and that's not a good feasibility study. So what I'd like to do at this point is turn it over to John and let John just tell us what's bothering him regarding bauxite, mining, levy, the government, all of those things wrapped up in one. John, the floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Well, during the week, there's an announcement by Nigel Clark in Parliament that Wildalco will get a blight on their levy payments, and so they're going to pay.
A noise in the background. Is that you, John, or is that her?
No, I'm good.
What, you hearing the noise?
Yeah.
Hold on. I don't think
go ahead.
What's it sound like now?
No, I heard like chill. I heard chill. I still hear children in the background, like.
Oh, right, because I live in a complex and there's a swimming pool nearby and there's children in the swimming pool.
Okay, all right, fine. Yeah, you can't do anything about that.
Yeah, I can't do
anything.
anything.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, go ahead. All right.
Yeah. So Windalco have got a $10 million blight that they don't have to pay. They've got a reduction in the levy. Now, the thing about this $10 million reduction is that Windalco doesn't actually pay the levy. What had happened was, in the past, Windalco were just paying around about $1 million a year. That was all they were paying. But they had some money owing from years ago. So the government and Windalco got together and had an arrangement where Windalco would pay back the government $35 million. And that was going to be paid over 4 years. So they paid in the first year. The second year was the last financial year. I don't know if they paid that money, but it looks like they paid it. And then for this year and next year, the government is saying that they have to pay $10 million less. Now, so this $35 million that I just mentioned was for bauxite mined before 2017. So the monies that are being paid to the government right now by Windalco is for bauxite mined in the past. So what Windalco are doing at the moment is mining our bauxite, taking it and selling it, making money from it, and from the money that they make, then they give us money for bauxite that they owed us for in the past. So essentially, they're not paying for the bauxite. So what the government has done is said that you owe us 35 million, but now we're going to say that you owe us 25 million. You hear what I'm saying? So they owed us 35 million, and now the government has reduced that and said, now you only need to pay us 25 million. Now, I said, this company is destroying the livelihood of everybody in that neighborhood, ran by Bogwalk, Linstead, all that area, because they poisoned the Rio Cobre. And it's not just the poison in the Rio Cobre. You can see in the background that is actually the holding pond of Windalco. And as he mentioned, there's a school, Charlie Mount High School, which is just meters away from the school, from the holding pond. So whenever it dries, the wind will then carry all that pollution to the school and all the surrounding area. Now you've got to remember that in Jamaica, we don't have pipe water everywhere. So many of the people have to collect their water off the roofs, whatever. They have to collect rainwater. So this rainwater is contaminated with all the dust from Windalco. So you got the health issues that run into hundreds of millions of dollars. You've got the cost to the environment. You've got the cost to people's livelihood. You've got the cost with agriculture, because the Rio Cobra was poisoned. So the water that the people were using from the river to irrigate their land and feed the animals, that caused a problem. You're poisoning the land and you're poisoning the animals. So people then had to turn around and then buy water. And water isn't cheap here, especially when you're poor, to try and buy water. So you've got all these impacts of this company operating, and yet the company operates and the government thinks okay for it to operate and just not pay the levy because they're saying that, okay, it keeps people employed. Now, Nigel Clark said that the wage bill from Windalco is 24 million US, and that pays 600 workers. Yeah, that's obviously a job because that means 600 workers are divided by, say 24 million US divided by 600 Jamaican workers would mean each one is earning 40,000 US per annum. Now, that's ludicrous. They're not getting 40 grand per annum. I doubt if they're getting 1 million, they're probably getting about 1 million Jamaican dollars per annum. That's probably what they're getting. So it looks like that, say if it's 24 million that Nigel Clark talked about is true, it looks like about 3 or 4 million of that goes to paying the workers, and the other 20 or 21 million goes towards paying all the contractors, i.e. the people who own the trucks and the people who own the mining, who do the actual mining itself. So again, we have yet another scam being going on that the government will not respond to. Say, I sent again letters to NEPA and to the JBI about how we get money from mining, and yet I cannot get any answers. TVJ, in their report, they said in the report that Windalco, Jamaica earns 150 million US from aluminium sales, alumina sales. How do we get 150 million when it's Windalco that sells the alumina? How do we earn foreign exchange? I don't understand. I mean, can you explain that, Will or her? A foreign company earns 150 million. How does the Jamaican government benefit from a company earning 150 million? How do we benefit from that? How do we get our hands on this foreign exchange that Nigel Clark says that we get from mining? I don't see it. They've got all these questions that they do not want to answer. You fire away, Will. I'm sure you have a question on her.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Look, the lack, we'll go back to Nigel Clark and his mysterious budget and the lack of transparency. It's the same issue with all of these contracts. We see when the Integrity Commission reviews contracts that they're finding there's a lot of fault, there's a lot of chicanery with these contracts. And we're supposed to have charged the Prime Minister and taken him to court over 30-something contracts that he gave to a close associate that he's been in business with for over 20 years. Now, there's rumors abound out there that there are other contracts in the bauxite industry with government involvement. But the problem is we need whistleblowers to come forward and lay the case out to maybe one of the TV talk shows or internet talk shows or in the Gleaner or the Observer. Until that happens, we're not going to shake that industry up any at all because we can't see inside. We can't even see a contract. So we have a problem trying to establish what is going on within the bauxite industry. And, you know, the Minister of Finance can come out and make all the statements he wants. He has to give us access to information. And even if we request it, I don't believe we're going to be able to get. Have you been able to request and get all the access you want to the information and the contracts that are out there with Windalco or anybody else?
No, they won't. They say they're exempt. And the problem is that there's a court case going on. And how can you have a court case and the government will not actually give you the information to go to court with? So, for instance, said Naranda's in court at the moment, and their injunction, right? Let's go back a bit. NEPA gave Naranda permission to mine in an area of St. Anne. That was given in 2018. Now, NEPA should actually do what's called a cost-benefit analysis to find out how much benefit we're getting and what are the costs. That's how you have to weigh it up to see whether you're going to mine. They didn't do that. They just granted them the license. So some people said that some of the locals said, we do not want mining on our back doorstep, which is fair enough. It's going to our human rights are going to be impinged, which is fair enough again. So they went to court, and the court said, the judge said, you're right, your human rights will be impacted. And so there's going to be an actual court case in November of this year. And until that court case, no mining can go on there until that date. So Naranda and the government went back to the court and said, well, look, we need to mine because if we don't mine, we're not making any money. And somehow this was overturned by the court and said, yes, you can go and mine there now. So right now in St. Anne, they're mining in an area called Industrial Pen. That's where they're doing their mining at the moment. Now, the thing about that is, when they go to court in November, and if they lose the case in November, how are you going to address what's happened already? You've destroyed all this land. You've taken away the people's farmland. It's all destroyed. You can't compensate. How are you going to compensate them? Surely the easiest thing to do was say, company, you have to wait. We'll wait until the court case. And then if you win, then you can go ahead and mine. But what you can't do is mine now, because if you lose, it's irreparable damage that you've done. It's irreparable. You can't reverse the damage that you've done. You've destroyed people's livelihoods, and you've destroyed that part of Jamaica that will take generations, hundreds of years for that to be put correct, because you've taken up all the topsoil that can't be replaced. It will take generations and generations for that to be built back up again. So somehow, again, this company has gone to the court and won and said that we can mine, and the government has actually backed them. But the thing is that Naranda said, we will pay, in the last financial year, we will pay 35 million US. They didn't pay it. They went to court and said, we're going to pay it. And they didn't pay it. And they didn't pay it. And yet the court has still overturned this decision. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. And this is how corrupt the country is. Because it should never have happened. It should never have happened. You've got to... You can see from all the dates going down that this money was never paid. And the financial year ended at the 31st of March, and the court case was held on the 20th of March, the 21st of March, and then a date in April. So at that point, they knew exactly that they didn't pay the money, but the government went to court and still held its position that they received 35 million US. And then the court has said, oh, Jamaica will suffer economically if we do not receive this money, but we never received it. And yet the judge has overturned this ruling. It's quite remarkable. Really is remarkable what's happening in the country. And what really bugs me is the amount of money we're talking about. 35 million is not money for Jamaica. It's not even 0.5% of the budget. It's a tiny fraction of the budget. It's minuscule. 35 million of spending 50 million to build a parliament building. So for a judge to say that this will cause Jamaica financial hardship. This judge really needs to explain himself how 35 million can cause us hardship. If it's causing us hardship, why has Nigel Clark just said, okay, then you don't have to pay us 10 million? None of it makes sense. All of it is corruption. And it's all, in my opinion, it's all because this industry has many players, the people who own the trucks and who have to conduct the mining, they're getting rich at our expense. And going to court, I don't think we can go to court and win because it's already been proven. Because they lost the injunction, they should never have lost the injunction. So when we go to court in November, who knows what will happen? But I said we're in a serious hole. All these problems that we had, you talked about policing, education, solid waste management, all of these problems, they're down in the bottom here, and at the top is the problem. Where we have to look. And it's the JLP and the PNP. If we don't fix that in the governance, and people have written that actually in the chat, I've seen that. People have said the JLP and the PNP are the problem. And they are the problem. We have to get up there and fix everything there with a government governing structure. All these things must be fixed before we can move forward. All right, I'll give you the floor now.
Well, there's Doc. The key thing here that I've seen every time, anybody who drives around the bauxite mining areas, is land reclamation after bauxite has been mined. And Doc, since we are not seeing how these contracts are written, the makeup of the contracts, is there an amount you can assume that the government is asking for that would bring land reclamation into alignment, that it would allow us to stop the soil erosion, all right, to bring back vegetation and topsoil? If water management has been disrupted, to deal with that?
No. I said I'm from Clarendon, and in Thompsontown, the Mocha area around there was they stopped mining that in 2003, I think it was, like 20 years ago, and nothing grows in the area now. Nothing grows there. Before they had a thriving coffee. Yeah, the people had we produced a lot of pears, stuff like that, yam. There's nothing like that there anymore. And the people have said that they've lost animals in that region because they've created all these sinkholes. So it looks like you'll see some vegetation growing there, but then the animal will go into that area and just disappear into a sinkhole and die.
Wow.
So, yeah, so he said you can't reclaiming this land is extremely difficult because once you remove the topsoil, it's gone. So what you've got now, the subsoil, after you've taken away the bauxite, that land is the only thing that can grow on there really is, if you're lucky, grass and that kind of vegetation. You might, in a few years, be able to grow a few fruit trees, maybe. That's not a definite. But that land it's not any good. It's not fit for purpose anymore.
It's not livable anymore.
No.
So at this point, can the ministry even say in the last 60 years since independence, how much of the land that was mined has been reclaimed?
Not that I know of, because Jacob done from and they said that
bless up.
No, hold on a second.
I just want to respond to Dr. Lennon or Lemon.
Hold on one second. Hold on.
Because I'm from a bauxite.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Dr.
I'm from a bauxite mining area. I reason with you already.
Hold on. Listen to me. He's finishing up an answer right now. So just hold on one second. Let him finish up his answer and then I'll patch the call through to him. All right? Hold on one second. Bear with me.
All right.
All right. Finish up.
Yeah, saying that JET, the Jamaica Environmental Trust, they wrote a very big document, huge document called Red Dirt, and that went through some of the areas about the reclamation of land. And they said something like about 8% of the land, that was all that's been got back into use. And even there, the farmers have said that it's really only good for raising your animals. So they might be able to get some grass off it for their cows and their goats. But when it comes to actual practicing agriculture, then no. And that's 8%. So you've got 92% that just it's been destroyed.
Okay.
Is there any way to quantify that in how many thousands of acres that we have lost?
I'm sure we can do. I haven't looked at it, but yeah, I'm sure we can do that, yes.
Okay.
All right. Hold on 1 second. Caller, go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. Bless up Uncle Rattigan, Uncle Herb, and Uncle Lena. Bless up the themselves.
Bless up.
Yeah, I live in an era where bauxite mine out. And I'm gonna say something because Dr. Lennon is on a solid point with whatever he's saying. But I would like him to come across and observe the environment. And that's what I'm speaking about.
Oh, you have a question?
First thing I'm gonna touch on.
Go ahead.
I can pose a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
But I'm gonna suggest something to the item. So the bauxite mining is more than just one factor. Because within my area, I'm from in the mountain top of Jayaba Mountain, the Gins and Alexandra in environment, 9 Mile. And the way of the mine around here, we used to have a vibrant agriculture in sector around here. And now we have nothing. And they leave us without anything. They replace us with nothing. For instance, they take out all the soil. We did have a productive coffee board. They destroy that. The agriculture, they destroy it. And I think the government should replace the environment with something where the people in the environment can reactivate them energy from, because most of the people are just leaving the environment because of the bauxite mining. And one more thing. Since bauxite start to mine around my area, the death rate increase.
What's the cause of death?
From a violent era.
What's the main cause of death?
Yeah, the people they are having asthma more. Those flu type symptoms, most of those things, you see the people dealing with those symptoms more. People are dying from causes they know not about. People are having strokes more in my environment.
Have you reached out to your MP?
I don't have an MP. Xavier may no longer represent the JLP, don't represent the people.
Okay. Doc, you want to comment on that?
Yeah, back to the JET document. In that they said that the minimum cost to help is 2.9 billion US. 2.9 billion. That's just help alone. So if you have a help and then you talk about the environment, the total cost to Jamaica, according to them, the minimum cost is something like 19 billion per annum when you put in up factory and everything, because you have to remember, you're losing this land forever. It's not going to come back here for hundreds of years. So when you factor in that, then the costs are actually they're monumental. So when you have the cost and you see that your benefit, you've got to weigh up your benefit and your cost, haven't you, before you do your business? And the government has not done at any point have they done any cost analysis to say that, as that gentleman just said, it looks like people are now getting other diseases. They're dying earlier. He just said about asthma, which is true. A lot of people from that dust do develop breathing difficulties. That's just going to be obvious. You cannot breathe in that caustic soda every day, and then all the other pollutants from mining. You can't breathe that in every day and think that you're going to be a healthy human being. It's impossible. So all of these things the government should factor into should we have mining. I said before, I'm not anti-mining. We wouldn't be having this conversation, would we, on our smart devices without all the cobalt and the copper and the zinc and arsenic, all these different elements that build these devices. It's a question of, are we being exploited? And Jamaica's being exploited. We cannot have a situation where, said over the period from 2019 to 2027, that we will not get $1 for bauxite. Not $1. That's got to be wrong. And what really hurts me is that we don't have, I mention it every time I've been on here, we do not have the media asking these questions. Yeah, I sent you that link, Will, of the TVJ report about Windalco and them not paying the levy. But they never asked the question, well, how much is the levy? Why did they never told us that? How much is the levy? They do no investigations whatsoever. Nothing's been done about the cost to Jamaica of mining. But as I said, if you're saying that the Jamaican people are only worth $35 million a year, that's all we worth. 35 million for all of that destruction. All we can get for that is 35 million US. And we don't even get that anyway. We don't even get that.
Right.
But that's what they're purporting that we will get, and we're not going to get it.
Right. Caller, do you have another question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I would suggest again, Doc, why didn't the Ministry of Health do an assessment in the area before bauxite do their mining?
Well, of course they should.
Why I suggest, just a minute, Doc, why I suggest this is because growing up in my environment, I listen to the elders them. I learn a lot through oral teaching, not only through the four walls. So growing, I used to hear the elders speak about tuberculosis. There was tuberculosis in my era once. And those people who would die and they bury in my era who did have tuberculosis. And the bauxite exposed those interments. What do you think about the repercussion of that and to us in the environment?
All right, caller. I'll let him answer the question. Thanks for the call, all right?
Yes, Rattigan, and bless up the themselves, more strength and power. Look forward to hear the items Sunday evening.
All right, my brother. Take care of yourself. Yeah, Doc.
Well, I wouldn't be very happy to be living in an area where they decide to exhume all these bodies. You don't know what. Yeah, it's saying about tuberculosis. You don't know what poisons they're gonna release. There might be not anything, but me personally, I wouldn't be comfortable with it, and I don't think anybody else would be comfortable with that.
All right. No, we have this problem with bauxite mining. It's a problem with several tentacles, right? On one hand, the bauxite is being mined. Our land is being destroyed so that it can be mined to get alumina. And hold on 1 second, please. And so there is an environmental cost that we're paying. There's a problem there with the environment. Then there's also the problem of, as you said, the cost benefit. What are we getting? And that's why the question is where are the benefits from the mining of bauxite? Because we know there are benefits, financial benefits, but where are those benefits? They're not trickling down to the people, particularly the people who live in those areas and would most likely be affected by bauxite, because I think they call it strip mining because it's just below the surface. But be that as it may, what do we do? We know what the problem is now. What solutions wise? What do we do? Because the government is in charge, but the government is acting irresponsible. What do we do at this point?
I wish I knew the answer. I think that the people are ignorant to the fact. Many people think that like I thought. I thought bauxite was actually a necessary evil because people believe it brings in like $1 billion US a year. That's what people believe. Andrew Holness in 2017, when he said we weren't going to mine in the cockpit country, he said we're going to forgo billions of US, and that's what people believe. And we have people like Jet as well. Jet mentions that we get like $1 billion per annum from mining. We don't get anything. This is the problem. There are no benefits as such. The only benefit we see is that it pays some people, it keeps some people in work. But is that work? Destroying your country, that's not work, is it? We get, say it again, between 2019 and 2027, we're not going to get $1 for the bauxite that's being mined. We're going to have all this destruction, all these problems we've just been talking about. It's not for us to be here having this discussion really well. We know this problem exists. We know we have the Jamaica Bauxite Institute, has all this information. It needs to be released to the people so we can make a decision. We, the people, need to make a decision about bauxite because we do not have the facts. We just don't have them. From the information that I found, we don't make hardly anything from bauxite. Very little. Over the last decade, we've made very, very little from bauxite.
All right.
All we can see happening is that the people who own the trucks and who own the mining operations in Jamaica, they're getting very, very rich. And you have people getting very, very, very poor and ill.
Let me take this call and then we'll come back to solutions because it sounds dire. I'm not hearing any solutions from you. So I want to go back to Herb. I want to go to Herb and see if he has any idea as to how we address this problem. Caller, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Sir Ratty, and the panelists.
Good evening, sir.
You kind of answered a little bit of what I was about to ask, but question: does the mine, the bauxite in the country belong to the government or belong to the people? That is one. And if it belongs
hold on. Don't go to number 2 yet. John, you want to answer that? He says, does the bauxite belong to the people or to the government?
No, it belongs to King Charles.
So maybe that's why we have no argument there if it belongs to King Charles. If it's on Crown land, we have no argument.
Yeah, that's true.
Go ahead, sir. Continue with question number 2.
Well, that is why we need to kick this king out of our country and get a new constitution so that we can regulate our thing ourselves.
Well, that's an interesting point you raised because now if you do the constitutional amendment, what do you do with crown lands? Do you nationalize crown? Is there such a thing as nationalizing crown lands, taking it from the monarch and said it's ours now, or do we buy? Do we purchase those lands from the crown, or will those lands remain in the possession of the crown?
But if we relinquish their authority over this piece of spot, then they have no more claim on this. Once we go that route, I think if we go that route to do up our constitution ourselves and do our own thing, then it's either two things. If the crown land is theirs, they'll probably need to pay them for it and get rid of them so that they don't have no more control over this thing. Because as far as I am hearing and I'm analyzing, is that we can do nothing with what is happening because it doesn't belong to us. Therefore, as the people, we cannot even hold our government accountable for what they are doing because they're not doing it on behalf of the people, they are doing it on behalf of the king.
But let me throw this at you. If we don't own the land, if the land is owned by the monarch, right, by the monarchy, then why is it that they have to pay a levy to the government of Jamaica? Maybe that's why they're not paying a levy to Jamaica.
Right. They don't have to pay us anything, they have to pay the king. So that is why we're not getting anything.
John, what are your thoughts on that? Herb, what are your thoughts on that? Can't hear you, Herb.
Let me hear what the police have to say. I just listen.
All right. I'm gonna hang up, but listen to the answer. All right.
All right.
All right, cool. Yeah, Herb. Can't hear.
I can't hear her.
All right, hold on. Let me take this call while he's sorting that out. Caller, go ahead, please.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. African.
Yeah, good evening. Speak up a little bit. Yeah, speak up, sir.
Can you hear me better now?
Oh, yes, much better.
All right. There's something, I don't know if you're aware of it, and something that kind of hurts me. When the GLP administration came in 2016, they inherited a number of projects that the previous administration was doing.
Hold on 1 second. John, could you just mute your microphone, please? All right, go ahead with the question now.
Right. So they inherited a number of projects: the Constant Spring Road project, the Agley Park Road project, the South Coast Improvement Highway project, the one that you see causing all the consternation out in St. Thomas now, is one of those that they inherited. The original plan was to build a brand new road from Harborview out to Port Antonio. The similar thing that they did, cutting out Mount Rasa and making that new toll road, right? So the plan was almost ready. They just had to sign the loan. It was $504 million in order to do it. When the JLP came in, they decided that the plan was too expensive. This is $504 million. They say that it's not worth it because it's not going to be a toll road and they can't spend so much money on it. So they decided to scrap the original plan, which would have resulted in two roads: the road that is there before and a brand new highway. They said $120 million was earmarked to buy the new land to build the new road. They said that's a waste of money. So what they would do instead is to upgrade the existing road. And that was supposed to cost $384 million, right? So that is what they are going to do. Now, they started this project and it has cost more than the $504 million. And instead of getting two roads, we don't even have a road now because it's just total chaos over there. And for the details, I know you like to get the detail, and I would like to do is research. The project was canceled on June 16, 2016. So if you look in the Observer and the Gleaner, you will see. So they say they are going to spend 384. So far, they have spent about $600 million, and they still can't finish the road. And my thinking is, because we know both parties are corrupt, my thinking is that when the PNP were there and they decided to do the project, they probably bought all the land around the thing so that they could get rich off of it. The JLP come in and realized that there's no land for them to get. So they decided to go and do the old road so they could get the land. That is what I'm thinking about. And who suffers in all of this? The people. So let me give Herb, because I know Herb wants to look up. June 16th is when they canceled it. So you will see those in the Observer and the newspaper, because it was a big mashup with Audley Shaw and Warm and Tom, because Audley Shaw said it first. And then when they did the first cost increase, this is 2 years ago, it's May 7, 2021. We can find that in the Observer, when they had another $133 million. So they said they are trying to save $120 million by upgrading the road, and they up to 2021, the costs have gone over the original cost, and you still don't have a road. So and just remember, this is 2021, and with all the chaos that is going on there, it's probably going to be another 50 or 100 million before they can finish this thing. So we're looking at probably $700, $800 million. They said they were going to save us 120 million, and they're probably costing us $300 or $400 million. And we're still going to end up with one road. Were you able to find it, Herb?
Oh, okay, what district is that in?
It's the South Coast Highway Improvement Project. It's going from Harborview to Port Antonio and St.
Okay.
If you can pull up the Observer of the Bean for June 16, 2016, because it was a big story at the time when they decided to cancel it.
All right.
A lot of people were upset about it. Because remember, they were just into government like about 2-3 months at the time when they canceled it.
All right. We'll check it out. It's worthwhile information. And just continue to listen to the program. Yeah. I don't know how we're gonna address that one because, like you said, there cost overruns involved in that, and getting documentation on those projects is just difficult. But we will continue to try.
One quick thing before I go there.
Sure.
Right? How about like land changing hands around those areas? Because if I'm right, and the reason they did this is so that they could get the lands, we should see some land sales to companies, because they're not going to sell it to themselves. So you're going to see some companies acquiring land around the area between, say, 2016 and 2019 when they started the project.
Yeah, that's one investigative avenue. I agree.
Yeah, because it's really awful. If you look at the Jackson Miller thing, the people just living under dust. I mean, the project should have been completed from 2019. This is 2023. So we're talking about like 3-4 years later. The people have no roads and they're living under dust. And we didn't save any money.
Right.
It's costing us more money. So, and as the doctor says, that when you see things that don't make any sense, it must make sense to somebody. Somebody's benefiting from it. If they choose to do it that way, it's because somebody's benefiting from it.
All right.
See, just looking. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Ratty?
Yeah. All right, Carl, I'll tell you what. Herb is bringing up something. Just listen to the answer. We have to go now. All right.
All right, no problem.
All right, take care of yourself. Be well. Yes, sir.
Back in 2019, the plan was for 10 packages, right?
Herb, can you hold that point for me, please? Dr. Francis has been calling all evening long, and
okay,
he hasn't been able to get through. So just hold that piece of information.
All right.
Yes, Dr. Francis, go ahead. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. So sorry for keeping you waiting.
Yes, my brother. I just wanted to call and ask the question. Ask our esteemed Corporal James. Can't we have adopt a police station policy that makes us in the diaspora or wherever adopt a policy that can help the police to build the police station because they need the help and the assistance? I mean, why is it that we necessarily have to go through the ministry and all that sort of thing, and we can really help to improve the police station? And the second question I want to ask, and he knows why I'm asking this question, who was assisting the young lady, young policeman? Which member of the administration of the police was helping is helping the policewoman? Please just answer that for me if you can.
All right, thanks.
All right, my brother.
All right, then take care. Listen to the answer. Well, the chairman is not here, so he can't. He cannot respond to that question about adopting a police station and providing the benefits and skirting the rules or going around the rules established by the minister and the ministry. The one thing I can tell you is that here you're talking about, and I'm just trying to provide an answer because he's not here, and I think I know what the answer is. Here you're talking about policy, and policy is set by the minister. The minister sets the policy, and the ministry is responsible for implementing that policy. So, for example, the Minister of National Security, he'll talk about what the crime situation is and what it should be, but he doesn't get involved in implementation. That's left up to the police commissioner to figure out a way how to achieve the minister's policy. So in this case, where the minister came out and said, look, if you have a gift for a particular police station or even police in general, you have to send that gift. If you're overseas, send it to the ministry via the ambassador, right? The embassy. And then once it gets to Jamaica, then the ministry will decide in its infinite wisdom where the resources will be deployed. That's my understanding of it. But in terms of Corporal James providing an answer for that policy question, I don't think he's able to, because again, his remit is efficiency and welfare. And here we're talking about policy. I hope that answers your question. If it doesn't, let me know. I can track him down and provide the same question to him and have him give me the answer, which I'll forward to you. Herb, sorry to take up all of that time, sir. Go ahead, please.
Well, I just wanted to add to that. The fact that the minister himself addressed the diaspora directly and says it has to come through him. I don't see any way around that unless you change governments, right? So we know it has to go through him. And as far as the situation which I'm involved with that young lady on the police force, we could not find a contact within the police administration that was available to help and to answer any questions about who's assisting the police officer in to find the transplant center in the US, Canada, or wherever they could find it, and then to find the funding, because that operation, as we understand it, costs between 400 to 800,000 US dollars, right? And that it means a philanthropist or groups or whoever would have to get involved to help to fund that operation. So far, we are working with the rules from one transplant center, and we're hoping that once we meet those requirements, that the funding will then kick in from all the millionaires that exist in Jamaica, or unregistered millionaires, wherever they are. We need them to ante up and to get some money in there that will help to save our life, because that is the second half of this problem.
Okay. We don't have much time. I'd like to end that in about another 30 minutes or so.
I just want to go back to what the gentleman had to say, because I'm looking here at the project and the JIS in all their releases.
Hold on, please.
Is saying that the project is on time and underway, and that the funding.
Well, that's not what he just said. That's not what we just heard from this gentleman.
You know, I'm.
What's the date on that? What's the date on that? The same date that he gave you?
14 July 2023. So
Oh, wow.
I don't understand what's going on with JIS, right? It is. Hang on a second. Let me drop down to the other headline.
All right. While you're looking for that, let me just take this quick call. Go ahead, ma'am, please.
All right. Hi, everybody. I just wanted to comment on the Crown Land issue. I don't think once we become a republic that we should be paying them back for our independence. Then we'll be like Haiti, paying ransom for our independence. I think it should be a good gesture towards reparation. And I just wanted to ask your guys' opinion. You heard about the Petrojam issue that was going on about the company overextending themselves of buying over 1 million barrels of oil, and then because they couldn't afford it, they were shortfall by $5 million loan from the private sector, but they declined it, and the Jamaican government is footing the bill. I understand, like, if you have a business and you're trying to increase inventory to make a profit, but what they're stating that once they have this loan, it's the Jamaican people that's going to have to pay back this loan. More prices at the pump, and this is in the midst of inflation. So I don't understand. And then what the thing that is confusing is that the Petrojam is partly owned by Jamaica and Venezuela. So if they're making up, if they know they couldn't afford this, why did they go ahead and profit? Who is going to benefit from the profit that they make from these oil drums? So since he was on the subject of you know, energy. This was another issue that was coming up with Petrojam. And speaking of which, did you hear that Darrell Voss, he might be retiring after the next election? So they were wondering, I think the opposition, if, you know, if he had anything to do with this deal that they made. So just your thought. Thank you.
All right, take care now. Be well. Yes, caller, go ahead, please.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Rattigan. I wanted to circle around back because I just thought that is important to really stamp it in the minds of people. And I don't expect the professor to answer this because he had cast it as a non-issue. But I want to I'm asking a wish of you, Mr. Rattigan, because I've been watching you for a while, and I know you mean Jamaica well and everything else. I know the program is mainly based on a lot of problems in Jamaica and everything, a lot of current problems, you know, and a lot of problems coming down the pipeline. I'm hoping that at some point, because this is an issue coming down the pipeline, and I know it has been regarded as a non-issue, but most of the problems that we're having now, it's really fourth industrial revolution problem. I know as we speak now, we're into the fourth industrial revolution, right? And so AI is an issue globally, including Jamaica. I want you, I'm wishing for you, Mr. Rattigan, at some point to insert that into the discussion as it relates to the Agenda 2030 and the ESG initiative as for the net zero, because most of the issues that is being discussed here is going to be affected by all the net zero initiative and the Agenda 2030 and the fourth industrial revolution at large, okay? I know it's been discarded as a non-issue for Jamaica, and I will suggest that you look into this and at some point insert it into the discussion, because it is going to be in our minds within another few coming months and possibly year. All right?
All right. What I'd like to do is at some point, it sounds like you are educated on the issue. And at some point, I might just invite you to come along and do a presentation so that we can ask some questions to educate ourselves, because like I said, it sounds like you are in tune with what's going on with this net zero issue and the Agenda 2030 regarding vis-a-vis AI.
Okay, sir.
All right. Yeah, but we'll look into it and keep in touch. All right.
All right.
All right. Yes, caller, all the way from Kingston. Go ahead.
Hi. Yeah. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Ratty, on the issue of who owns the land, the crown lands in Jamaica.
Yes.
I just Googled. You know, it says here, right? The state owns and controls approximately 22%. Let me turn this down. 22% of Jamaica's land, with the balance held in freehold, either individually or by families as family land. 30% of private land in Jamaica is held as family land. And I further read that crown lands can be bought by anybody. All you have to do is go through the National Land Agency, and that's how you could purchase crown land. Whereas in England, the crown, I think their crown land is held in trust by, like, because somebody did mention about King Charles. Their thing is like some duchy thing where King Charles, whoever the heir is, they usually get taxes from two big duchies that they have, the Duchy of Cornwall and the Duchy of Lancaster. That is how, you know, them use money, you know, because, you know, they get sovereign grants from Parliament, you know, to for the monarchy. But in Jamaica, even though, you know, we're not a republic yet, you know, the crown lands are not held in trust by the monarch. And I further read something about the Governor General, you know, like going through him. But even though he's the king's representative, it has something that England has any control. That is how I understand it. England has any control over in any lands here that we have in Jamaica.
All right. So before you go, let me just be absolutely clear, because apparently you've done some research on this. when we say
Yes.
crown lands in Jamaica,
Yes.
it has nothing
Yeah.
to do with the monarchy in the UK. That
No.
land, that crown land, is owned by the government of Jamaica.
By the government of Jamaica, and anybody who wishes to buy any land which falls under the ambit of crown land, you can buy that as long as you do your proper. You go through the National Land Agency. That has nothing to do with England. They don't get any taxes or anything from any land holdings. That's how I see it. Maybe you could do further research, but that is how I see it. That they don't get any taxes from any land holdings here in Jamaica.
Okay. If anybody has an opposite view of that, please let us know. Because the view on the table now is that crown lands in Jamaica are owned completely, solely, totally by the government of Jamaica.
Can I jump in there?
Anyone?
Can I jump in there?
Yeah, you do your proper due diligence. You go through the National Land Agency, which is the agency that is in charge of maybe whatever land acquisition or anything or something like that within Jamaica, within the territory of Jamaica. So the monarch in England has no control over any land in Jamaica. They don't get any taxes. That's my understanding. I could be wrong because I'm not a lawyer, but it wasn't too technical anyway with any legalese. So, but so as far as I read, it's like the monarch in England gets no taxes from any land holdings here in Jamaica. Over England, them have that part. With them two Dutches where they have over there.
All right. Look, thank you for that information. Keep in touch, stay tuned and research and keep us honest and informed.
Okay, Ratty.
All right, take care of yourself now. Be well. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Can I jump in there, Will?
Yes, certainly.
Because we're not talking about crown lands as such. We're talking about the minerals, and it's got I'm looking at Section 3 of the Mineral Vesting Act provides the following information. It says, if the hereby declared that all minerals being in, on, or under any land or water, whether territorial waters, river, or inland sea, are vested in and are subject to the control of the Crown. So my reading of that is not about Crown land. This is about if there's any minerals, you find minerals here, they belong to the Crown. So it doesn't matter if you own the land, it's what's under the land. If you have any kind of mineral, then it belongs to the Crown. So if it's gold, diamond, whatever, doesn't matter if you own the land, it doesn't matter. Once it's going to be mined, it appears that it's the Mineral Vesting Act is what will come into play. That's my understanding. So I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah, I think we need to look into that because I understand what you're saying. I understand what she's saying.
Yeah, I do.
Right.
Yeah, she's correct because it's saying here crown lands in Jamaica are defined as government lands owned or held in trust by the Commissioner of Lands by virtue of the Crown Property, the Vesting Act, in a 2015 manual for the divestment of government-owned lands. So
but what John is saying is that you can own the land, but the minerals,
you don't have mineral rights.
Right, that's what he's saying.
Yeah,
Carla, go ahead, please.
Surface rights.
Yeah, Rattigan. Yeah. Hello to your guests and everything. We're talking about everybody talking about the bauxite, but nobody talking about what in the red mud, the different minerals in the red mud. Nobody talking about, right? What they want to hide from us, the Jamaican people. All right, thank you.
All right, thanks a lot for the call.
Minerals or chemicals? I'm trying to figure out which one.
Hold on 1 second. Caller, go ahead, please.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Rattigan. Good evening to your callers. Yeah, I just listen to you guys. I buy a house. I own a house in England, here in London, and one in Oxford. I own the house, but I do not own the land. Okay. So what you guys saying? I just listen on the prime land. The prime land thing, I don't understand what's about it, but I know you don't own the land here in England. I've lots of land space, but anything the government want to do on the land, if they want to cut a road, I cannot object to it. because the land is for the king. That's how they run their thing there.
Well, it makes sense. I mean, well, if we apply that reasoning, then the call is right and Herb is right, because she's saying the crown lands.
Yeah, yes,
right. Yeah, the crown lands. I mean, the analogy you gave would suit both positions, because she's saying that the crown lands are owned by the government, and Herb is saying, yeah, you can own the land, but the minerals, if they find minerals and that's what John's saying as well. If you find minerals, then the minerals belong to the crown.
Yeah.
But let me ask you something. But if it belongs to the crown is represented in Jamaica by the Governor General. Where does he stand on all of this? I haven't heard him say anything about this.
Well, I don't know. The Governor General maybe don't know his position, because that's how it goes. So I don't know if he knows his position.
But he has advisors.
England,
he has lots of advisors. Now, let me not start this conversation, because his advisors are no good if they're advising him, because he just got slapped around by the courts this week. So we'll talk about that later on. But thanks for the call. Stay tuned. All right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Right, bye-bye. Cool. Yes, caller. Go ahead, please. Hello.
So Ratty.
Yes, sir.
I'm going back to the whole issue, because I'm going back to that, because if we understand the term, right? If we understand the term crown land, right? If the land is owned by the crown, then
I'm listening.
Yeah, if the land is owned by the crown, and the crown is represented by the
GG,
the GG, then we are just squatters. So they are in charge of it, no matter how they want to twist it and make it look like. Right, so we have to just do those things in mind. Remember they give us they pull a hole over your head, so you think you have something. Like, for instance, you buy some land, right? But on the title it stipulates that you're not an owner, you're a holder of the land.
I understand that.
Right? So what we want to find out though, right? If the land belongs to us as a people, or it belongs to the king.
Well, we're
represented by the GG.
Yeah, we're gonna delve into that issue in maybe next week or the week after, because it's an interesting point and I've never thought about it like that. So I'm being educated, I'm being schooled right now, because I'm ignorant of the term, because what I thought it meant, I've heard like 2 different interpretations already so far. So we have to look into that and see if we can come up with one definition for it so that we can pass it on to people. All right.
So what I know about the crown land though, the lady is right. You can purchase it.
Right.
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 But even when you purchase it, does it still belong to you, or you just a tenant on the property? So you pay the rent.
Well, we're gonna look into that. So we'll talk soon. All right. Let me grab this other call. All right.
All right. Yeah.
Caller, go ahead, please. Hello.
Hello? Yes. Yeah. Greetings.
Greetings. Talk up the thing.
Yes. I listening to the discussion.
Yes, sir.
And I realize there's a key piece of the puzzle that is missing that people are not seeing. And the piece that is missing is that the government of Jamaica is an entity in England by the name of State of Jamaica. Right. The entity named State of Jamaica, that is the government of Jamaica. And PMP and GLP are administrators of that entity.
All right. Well, how do you square that with the Constitution?
Yeah, so with the Constitution now, I believe there is a deception going on. What they want to do is put a Jamaican as the president of that entity named State of Jamaica. But that entity is owned by the British Crown. So when a Jamaican head the State of Jamaica, it is still owned by the British Crown. And that part is missing out of the discussion
with the constitutional reform committee.
All right, because I'm looking at chapter 27, chapter 4, section 27. And it says, there shall be a governor general of Jamaica who shall be appointed by Her Majesty and shall hold office during Her Majesty's pleasure, and who shall be Her Majesty's representative in Jamaica. So
yes, so the British are technically still in charge. And we must remember that the British are very, very deceptive, you know. They are masters of deception.
Well, let me take you to chapter 5 then, section 34. It says, there shall be a Parliament of Jamaica, which shall consist of Her Majesty, a Senate, and a House of Representatives. So it sounds like there are 3 entities involved with governing Jamaica.
Yes. Yes. And that reasoning come up last week on the Waterhouse reasoning. And I didn't want to call it, but I get you. Which that was brilliant. That was brilliant. Put like a blueprint on the settings of the parliament, because a lot of people don't know that the mayors represent the British monarch. And that is how I realized that Barbados is a fake republic, because the mayors is still in the parliament of Barbados.
Right. They didn't move it.
So there's a perception going on.
Well, look, I always like when you call, because it's thought-provoking. You give me something to think about. So I'm going to be thinking about this now. So I want you to tune in tomorrow.
Yes.
I want you to tune into Waterhouse Vibes tomorrow and call as you see fit or as you feel fit. All right?
Yeah. But tell the host to open the line on the WhatsApp. It wasn't coming through at all.
Oh, you mean Waterhouse Vibes?
The Waterhouse Vibes.
I'll tell him. I'll convey that to him.
Yeah, and I would like if you jot down the state of Jamaica. What is it that need for breakdown? It is the missing piece that PMP and GLP don't talk about. Nobody talk about the state of Jamaica.
Look, I'm gonna jot it down. I'm gonna jot it down, but I hope that you'll call in tomorrow with the question. All right?
No man, me will call in. Man.
All right, take care of yourself now.
Yeah, man, bless
right. Caller, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Ratty, I'm calling back because the gentleman, I don't know his name, the expert on the bauxite thing. That has always been the case.
Oh, you mean hold on? You're talking about Dr. Lennon?
Yes.
Okay, all right, fine. He's here, so if you have a question from him, you can ask.
No. And I was just want to reiterate a point where you said that if that we are only on the land, but if anything is found in the land, that is like eminent domain. That means, because I live in Annet Garden, and every day I must say, Jesus, we can't find some oil down here. You understand me? And take the land, and then it will be regentification. You understand me? Because I know that whatever is found as ore, even when you have your house, it not belongs to you. It belongs to the government of Jamaica. So if them want come and cut through a road, anything that when them want to do, they have a right to do it because it's called eminent domain. And I'm glad that caller a while ago you see, that's why we need to get back our cities to know. Because a lot of people don't know that mace, that piece of metal thing where them put in a parliament, that is a powerful instrument. A lot of people don't even know that when that are coming out of the house, it's like a reverence for the person we are bringing in. So a lot of things need to be taught. Again, because I don't know, this generation, I don't know if that interests them that much, but they don't know. They talk about the government this and the government that, but they don't know the operation of the government itself. You understand me, Ratty?
I do.
And the little nuances that go with governance.
Right.
They don't understand that. But take for instance, I'm Muslim living in an Annet Garden. If we find oil in now, everybody say, oh, am I, or whatever. They go and just evaluate you out, whatever them think, and I ship you out, I move you out, I hurt you out, and I put it where they want to do. Because, and suddenly Annet Garden will become so valuable now. It will be location, which will now become prime real estate. So a lot of people don't know that, and the younger people, them not having interest in where we're going, but they need to listen every day. You talk about government, it don't matter about which field. It's about how your country is governed, then need to sit down and listen and stop talking about BET and how much makers and who this and who that. These are the things that they need to know and learn and understand. Thank you for listening, gentlemen.
I feel your passion, babe. I feel your passion. I feel your passion, Carla. Tune in tomorrow to Waterhouse Vibes. And for everyone who has the time, tomorrow at 4 p.m. New York time, that's when Waterhouse Vibes will be broadcasted. It's hosted by a gentleman by the name of Mr. Michael Nita. So it's 4 p.m. New York time. Just go to YouTube and sign on to Waterhouse Vibes. West Clayton, I see where I promised to call and I didn't. I apologize, sir. If you want to call me now, you can call into the program. And whatever it is that I just saw something that you mentioned for discussion, you can call and we can discuss. We're almost there. So we didn't get to talk about clean energy. And I know several people, they spoke to me earlier and they said, we're looking forward to that discussion with Dr. Lennon because we want to hear his views on wind farms and solar and so on and so forth. And I had told a very dear friend of mine that she felt that it was being oversimplified. And I explained to her that I asked you, John, to make it simple so that anyone could understand and could pass on information, share the information with their neighbors. I think when she said oversimplified, I'm not putting it in the right context, but be that as it may, I'm going to ask you when we do that to make it simple so that everyone can understand, because sometimes we tend to want to talk about things in technical terms and we lose some of the people. I'm hoping that this is Mr. Clayton. Caller, go ahead, please.
Sir Richmond, are you on live now?
Yes, I'm on live.
Oh, can I call you, talk to you off the air when you're finished?
Yes. I just listen to the program. You'll find out when we're finished and then you can call me. All right?
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
All right, take care. Bye-bye. Caller, go ahead, please. Hello? Hello? They're having a problem there. Hello, caller. Go ahead, please.
Yes, sir, I mean, just come to tell us, I want to hear what the gentleman in the middle what he find about the road he was looking about, the contract the gentleman they talk about.
Is that Herb you're referring to, Herb Nelson?
Yeah.
What was your source of that information?
The information when the guy was telling you about,
yeah,
you're supposed to look what happened in 2021 about the road going through from Harborview to I think it's Port Antonio.
From Port Antonio to around to into Kingston, Harborview, and everything I'm looking at, GIS is declaring that it's on track. That there was like 17 billion. And then another additional 133 US million dedicated to the project. So they're saying it's on track. I'm trying to see where it might have been delayed before, but now it's on track because they were saying it was supposed to be finished this July, but we know that's not the case. We know things are being delayed. And that they're having a lot of problems with the dust and some other issues. So I'm not sure if they run out of money or what the problem is. But
all right,
you know,
Carla, let me jump on this call coming in. All right.
Okay, yeah, man. Okay.
All right, we'll talk soon. All right. Yes, Carla, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Rattigan, the guy that called about the road, I'm calling back to just clear up something. So the original project, right, was a new road from Harborview to Port Antonio. The deal for that was signed with China Import-Export Bank, that's Exim Bank. It was $504 million US. $120 million US was slated to buy the land to build a new road. The GLP canceled that project. So that would have been a second road, right? and they said that it would cost too much, so they were chopping off the $120 million that would be used to buy the new land, and they were going to rehabilitate the existing road for $384 million US dollars. All right.
Okay.
So the original project would have been a new road, so you would have had 2 roads, and that would have cost $504 million US dollar. The existing project that they're telling you now is on target was originally supposed to cost $384 million. It has gone way over that. The data was given to Herb is June 16, 2016. That's the day they announced the canceling, and you will see the information in it that I just got. June 16, 2016. It's in the Observer. It's in the newspaper. It was on the news.
Yeah, Herb is looking for it right now.
Right, and then when they recast it, I gave a second date. I'd have to look at my computer. It's in 2021 when they add 133 million.
I saw
to it.
that. I saw that one. Yeah.
Right, so it went over what the original 504 would be. And as I'm saying, now they have all kind of cost overrun because the road is not going good. So it's going to cost even more than that. So this thing is looking like it's going to cost somewhere like $700 or $800 million. But at the end of it, we'll only have 1 road. When the original 504 would have given us 2 roads.
Yeah, so some shenanigans went on there, right? And money missing.
Right.
All right.
And that's what I'm saying. They have to look to see land changing on around that road, because I have a feeling that what they did, because you see all the problem with Bob Marley Beach, what they're doing now is running near to Bob Marley Beach. The original road wouldn't have gone there.
Okay.
So some of the problem people having in Bob Marley Beach might be because they sell some of the land around there so they can make some money off of that project.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, we don't have all the facts, but we're trying.
Yeah. I'll keep looking at
have a start.
some information too.
Yeah, all right. Thanks a
All
lot.
right, cool.
Take care. I'm still waiting for Mr. West Clayton to call. If he's listening, please give me a call because we're winding down now. And like I was saying, we didn't even get to some of the topics that we really wanted to get to. So tomorrow at 4, folks, you can tune into Waterhouse Vibes. 4 o'clock New York time. You can tune into Waterhouse Vibes. We're going to be discussing these and other topics as well. So, and the phone lines will be open for you to call in and with your comments or your questions. Corruption. Ms. Watson, you're absolutely correct. Is there anything else you want to say, John, before we close out? Hold on 1 second. Caller, go ahead, please.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Clayton here.
Mr. Clayton, go ahead. Talk to us, sir.
Well, let's talk about the lands. First of all,
yes, sir.
The government of Jamaica is the caretaker for the land. They don't own the land. So what the Jamaican people are, the descendants of the Maroons, need to do is to file a lawsuit against Britain to get back the land. Now, these lawsuits are being filed in Canada, New Zealand, Australia at the moment to get back lands. So, you know, it has been declared that it was illegal what took place. So that might be done by a lawsuit to settle the whole matter in Jamaica. But if you don't go that route, what in the reparation program that I have designed that you have not seen as yet, because I was expecting your email to send it to you.
Okay.
What the people in Jamaica have to do is to set up a land trust and put the whole country and the international waters of the country into this land trust, and then monetize it and set up their own central bank with their own currency. It can be digital or whatever, and set up a system whereby each person in Jamaica will have at least $100 million in their account. This is for reparation.
Oh, is this is the anti-poverty thing you talked about last week, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
That will reduce, will take away poverty in Jamaica, because they will have that $100 million in their account, in an investment account, in their own bank system.
All right.
That's what you call generational wealth.
I'll tell you what I'll do. Let me grab this call coming out of Kingston, but I'm gonna call you after the program and give you my email so you can send me that.
Oh, okay. All right.
Take care now. Hello, caller. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rattigan.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good. I always watch your show, even when you're on Entree show too. Yeah. The Reggae Global, does it say Reggae Global live stream?
For which one of the programs?
For the one that in the evening time.
You mean this one now?
Yeah. I think when you're playing your music or whatever.
Oh, the one tonight at midnight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, it's not live stream. It's not. There's no video for that one. That's just audio. So if you're looking to see my face, you won't see my face on that one. That one is just audio. But you should tune in tonight, all right? Because it will be 11 o'clock your time.
So do I just go in and just punch it in, right?
Yes. Just
YouTube
Google
or...
Reggae Global Radio and then just go to where the radio piece is. And
okay.
Yeah, where you see the I'm looking at it right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll do that. And so just go on Google and do that, right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Take care. Be well. Bye-bye. All right, we're gonna wrap it up now.
I found a part here, Will, where yes, he's right. The work on Harborview to Morant Bay leg was estimated as of December 2015 to be $385 million US. Right? So he said 500 something million. That might have been what? Jamaican at the time or what? I'm not sure.
No, that's the 500 and something million. What in 2016?
In 2016, yeah. Well, this is basically 2016 because this is December 2015. It said China Harbor Engineering was to undertake this work and finish the highway from the Harborview to Morant Bay. It says the leg, but he was saying.
Big up yourself, Speak Live. Big up. Mm-hmm.
He was saying,
yeah, 500 million. That sounds to me like it's probably US dollars, though. I'm not sure.
But he was saying this is supposed to be two different legs.
Right, but we're only getting one now.
Yeah, this article is the Gleaner, and it says Southern Coastal Highway planned for Eastern Jamaica. St. Thomas to the south along the East Coast, right, down to Kingston. And it gives the Harborview to Morant Bay section is 43 kilometers. Morant Bay to Port Antonio, 65 kilometers. So that might be the two legs he's talking about, right? And it's $385 million US according to the Gleaner. If I can find something else. It is that's about the price. Now, if they're talking about they broke it up and then they're paying a different amount of money for the China Harbor Engineering to do this.
Hold on 1 second, Herb. Caller, go ahead, please.
Hello, Rafi, how you doing?
Fine, thank you, sir.
Yeah, man, you're in what? Yesterday I was scrolling through the YouTube and I saw you on the program. What I'm calling guy again? Make you talk.
Oh, Jeffrey Tavares.
Yeah, make you talk. You see that other guy? But I tell you the truth, I don't think it should be on that program because that guy don't know what he's saying. Hear me now. I'd like him get some detail about the boat government in Jamaica. Get some background. Check it out. Do some research.
Okay.
Then he would know where the PNP stand at that point and where the Labour Party stand. at a point.
Okay.
He was off track totally. Because I know that we just give me a look at time. With the PMP government, right? I can remember in the Norman Mandela days and the Michael Mandela days, the dad and the son, when the son take over, right? I know I sent him some video to show you for you to look at our on my guide here, the professor man, right?
What do you mean?
To look at.
Okay.
And if you see what Michael Mandela did in the early days, he do a lot of things. He give people a good health service, which the American government, when they try to link up with Cuba and talk to the Cuban government president Castro, they do everything.
Right.
Like a lady was saying on with my guy the last night, Rat Trap.
Andre.
That there was a certain she didn't get to talk to you because she was saying a lot of things that Michael Mandela did, and the American CIA. I know you're a part of the CIA. I don't know if you had known the CIA do everything to destroy Michael Mandela because they didn't like him. They didn't like him to hook up with Castro, and it's a setting.
All right. No, I tell you what. The topic is not what we're discussing today. I'm glad you called though, because I look forward to hearing from you. But I tell you what, maybe next week or the week after I'll do a little segment, and maybe you can call in and you can tell us, because a lot of people who listen, they're not aware of the history of Michael Manley, good and bad, good or bad.
Yes.
So what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to call in. But here's what I'd like you to do. I'd like you to tell me about the bad things that he did.
That is, because look on it. See, I is a man with like because see, I lose a lot.
No man, but here's what happened. Because here's what happened. You already
that man he act different from this guy.
Right.
This guy cannot walk in Siaga shoes. I'm telling you.
But here's what happened. The reason why I'm asking you to come and talk about the things that Michael Manley did that were terrible for Jamaica is because I'm gonna make your argument, right? Or I'll find somebody to make your argument, talk about the good things, and that's one of the ways where we can have a meaningful discussion. So I'll have somebody talk about the good things, and but because you believe in totally in Michael Manley, what I'd like, and nobody's perfect. I'd like you to go do the research and come back and then take the position of arguing that he was bad for Jamaica, and then we'll have somebody argue that he was good for Jamaica. How about that?
Yeah, of course. There are certain little things that he do was off track, yes, but the majority of the things that he do for the poor people, matter until this.
Well, I want you to talk about the things that he did off track, and I'll have somebody, right, to present an opposing view, and that way we can get the listeners involved as well.
Yeah, man. That will be good.
All right. So give me a shout next week, and then we can set it up. All right.
Okay, then. All right.
Take care of yourself, and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, man. I'm blessed, you, man. And that thing that you're talking about soon come. Everything soon go on track.
Everything soon. God willing, it will. We'll be on track next week. But don't hold me to it. We're still waiting. All right.
I invite to come to because what I have in Jamaica, I don't want to pull it out.
Okay. All right.
So I need somebody there that can make me feel comfortable.
Well, you're talking to the right man.
Hey, Ratty, remember tell you, I don't know you, I don't know nothing about you, but from a listen to talk, I say, yeah, this is a man I can deal with.
So like Michael Manley,
right? I don't know you, but you're a man. That's why when I saw you on that program yesterday, I'm saying no, Rattigan supposed to there. I know to say no time about that. Say no.
All
because
right.
what I did, I just come out on the pro. I just come out my phone. Me I tell you.
Well, look, enjoy the rest of the weekend. All right, we'll talk next week. Let me grab this call coming out of Canada. All right.
Yes, Ratty. Me text you a lot, man.
All right.
Me don't know you.
All right,
talk
brother.
about text you a lot.
Right. Take care of yourself.
Right,
bye bye.
Man, good.
No miss the call it. Yeah. I love doing this. I'm telling you, this is my passion. They don't have to pay me to do this. I just love doing this. But John, yeah, next week we have to get to this clean energy business. And I don't want to shortchange it. So we'll start with that next week. Because I've gotten quite a few calls this week, including today, about it, because it's on everyone's mind. They're trying to figure out how they can lower electricity rates in Jamaica. And in fact, one person, a friend of mine, let me see something. He sent me something. Let me see. He said the number one raw material is free, the sun. Yeah, for us to harness.
Yeah.
So so we'll see.
We'll go through the bauxite issue, Will.
And regarding the mining, my dear friend she would rather prefer. She said when it's simplified, it gives. She doesn't want it simplified to the point where it gives a distorted impression. She'd prefer a cost benefit analysis. And I think you had mentioned something like that before, saying it wasn't done. Right.
Hey, Will.
Yeah.
I think I saw the 500 plus million. They initially back in 2015 they were saying for both sections of the highway from Kingston to Morant Bay and then from Morant Bay to Port Antonio, it would have cost 385 million. Now, what the government is saying here is that they have to put in another 133 million US or 22 billion Jamaican to finish up the highway. Right? That's where the extra 133 million US comes in. That brings it to a total of 518 million US dollars.
Wow.
Right? Which that wasn't in the cards initially. What it started out as was 385 million US. That was it for the whole project. So now all of a sudden they gotta throw another $133 million in there to finish it. Finish from Morant Bay to Port Antonio.
All right. Hello, good evening, caller. Go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Rattigan. About it because
I know this voice. I know this voice.
you know this voice.
I think I know the voice. Go ahead, please.
Okay. I was wondering, considering the fact that Jamaicans, there's a water problem in Jamaica.
Yes.
Would there be any possibility for the to revive the Michael Manley plans for micro dams?
Raw material is free, the sun.
And
for us to harness.
Is there any possibility that we could get the government to revive that that program and to build these dams and so the people can get clean water and don't have to pay contractors so much money?
All right. Well, listen to the answer. Thanks for the call. All right.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yourself. All right. The question was had to do with water and whether the government would build dams to address the water shortage. Now, back in 2016, people, the present government, when it contested the election, it put out a manifesto. And in that manifesto, they said that they were going to build ponds and dams, and that they had a plan to address the water issue. That's 2016. And here it is that we haven't seen a single one built. So to answer the question, whether or not I think the government is going to do something about it? No, I don't think so. They've got far too many issues right now that they have to deal with. That water is I don't think it's going to be a priority. If it's a priority, it's not a top priority. It's probably on the list, but it's nowhere near the top. And if you think about it, they've been saying they're going to do something about it since 2016, and so far we can't point to a single thing that they've done to alleviate the water crisis in Jamaica. So that's that.
We have a lot of groundwater that they're not investigating as well. That's another issue.
What was that, John?
We have groundwater here, and they're not seeming to do any investigation into seeing if that is viable. Because I'm not a fan of building dams. I mean, that's destroying. If you build a dam, then you're going to flood a large area, aren't you? People invariably are going to be living there. You're going to be destroying the environment. You don't know the knock-on effects of what you're doing when you build a dam. So in a country like this, I want to agree with building a dam. I think we need to look at our groundwater, because there is groundwater. I remember on a TVJ article, a guy saying, I think he was a politician, said there's something like 27. He said it's 27 areas of Jamaica where there's substantial groundwater.
Right. I did a little bit of research, and I'm looking for can't find it now, but I know about the water table in the Kingston and St. Andrew area. That's just one area. And they said that the water there it's too contaminated.
Contaminated.
Yeah, it's too contaminated. Yeah. But you're talking about other places on the island.
Yeah.
Which might be viable. Yeah. But I haven't heard anything.
Let's say again, it's something that they should look at and they're not looking at. Because whenever we talk about water, the government, well, any kind of natural resource, the government always wants to put it in the hands of the private investor. So this year they talked about privatizing water. Holness talked about us creating, in the Kingston region, I mentioned this before about having a lake in the hills up in the Blue Mountains, and you have a lake below, and then you'd have them feeding from the higher level to the lower level, so by gravity. And so we'd be able to generate electricity, hydroelectricity that way, and also feed a lot of Kingston with the water. That's just cloud cuckoo. That's never going to happen. It costs billions to do that. He also talked about desalination as well. And I think, again, that's very, very expensive. I don't know if that's possible, but I know it's very, very expensive.
Yeah, somebody just mentioned something about gravity battery, saying that the high-rise buildings in Jamaica should be equipped with it. And there are a few solutions offered here, but somebody asked Herb that we swing back to your the topic you were looking at, the highways. They want to hear for you to finish up your spiel on the highways and the cost.
Yeah. Okay. I'll take back what I said earlier, because I'm looking at the two other sources here that says it was the first segment from the Harborview to Morant Bay that was 285 million. Now they're coming up with another 22 billion Jamaican dollars, or roughly 133 million US, for the second segment, which goes from Morant Bay to Port Antonio, right?
Oh, so it's two legs.
Two legs.
Okay.
Yeah. He was saying before that the original, it exceeds the original cost. I don't see it. I'm looking at Wikipedia. I'm looking at the Gleaner as sources, right? Even though Wikipedia is subject to correction, but it is mirroring what the Gleaner article says when the China Harbor Engineering took over the project in December 2015. Okay, so that part to me is clear, that for, let me see how much kilometers this is, 27 miles of roadway costs Jamaica $385 million US. Now
is that like industry standard?
Yeah,
Mile?
that's and that's China. So they were saying originally it was based on a U.S. Engineer assessment. So if China is doing it, usually Chinese come in much less than the U.S. Standard assessment. So it's like I say, with this kind of stuff, costs can escalate or costs can de-escalate. You would have to find an audit trail that they can follow to see exactly what was being done and whether there were cost overruns based on maybe inadequate estimates, right?
Okay. So somebody asked about Reggae Global, if there's an app for it. Yes, there's an app for Reggae Global Radio. And then Rommel Wright made a comment about where do I find the energy to do all these programs, that I must be tired. Well, Rommel, I'll tell you what, when you're passionate about your subject, then you don't worry about being tired or anything. In fact, you get more energy. You get more energy because you just want to know more about the subject matter so that you can impart that knowledge to people who are depending on you. And one of the things that I do is when I impart the knowledge, I expect and I fully expect people to challenge me or to educate me, because not for a moment do I think I know it all. I try to know as much as I can, but it's never enough. And so I'm always willing to listen to what other people have to say and to do a course correction if necessary. So that's where my energy comes from. It comes from being passionate about the subject matter. Herb, John, we have 5 minutes to go.
I just want to add this, right? Back to John's point on the bauxite. It is incomprehensible to me how you can make plans to process bauxite and not have any rehabilitation plans. It's also incomprehensible that it also calls for water management, right? And it says effective water management is crucial for successful land reclamation. This includes measures to prevent erosion, runoff, and contamination of water bodies during and after mining, right? Community involvement. The local community should be involved in the land reclamation process to ensure that their needs and concerns are taken into account. Engaging with community members can lead to more sustainable and community-friendly reclamation practices, right? Responsible mining companies should have rehabilitation plans in place to restore the land once mining activities are completed. This may involve revegetation, contouring, and erosion control measures to help the land return to a functional state. And from what you said, Doc, only 8% of the land since they've been mining has ever been returned to a functional state. That tells me there's some heartless, money-grubbing people involved here that couldn't give a damn about who lives in the communities, couldn't give a damn about how long it's going to take for this recovery to occur. So it continues. These people, whether it was the PNP back then or the JLP today, it continues. And these people, the land has been ravaged. There's a lot of chemical usage with this mining. And this is what is making people sick and dying. So there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that story. They're just not looking out for the welfare of Jamaican people. Period. They don't look out for the welfare of police. So, the people, I guess, are a lesser entity.
Okay, well, what do we do? What can we do? I'm thinking that for a start, we could start a petition, couldn't we? If a petition gets more than 15,000 signatories, It must be read in Parliament. I think that is legislation. Because we need to get this information, don't we? It's critical information that we need. The people need to make a decision on mining. The government has made a decision. Sorry about the noise. The government has made a decision, as he said, that they're heartless. It's not a decision for the people. I'm really at a loss of what to do now, I must admit.
You know, if we can sue our way through this, Attorney Rattigan, then maybe we have to look at some lawsuits to force people to do the right things. Right? Force an audit of all this money that was made back then, because even when Michael nationalized the bauxite industry, that means we owned 51%. So how comes we weren't making 51% of the profits? You know, I don't understand what's going on.
No, that's a good point. It's just like John pointed out that we own 51% of one of the bauxite companies now, and yet when they have earnings of $1 billion with a B, we get 1 million in levy.
Doesn't make any sense.
No. All right, here's a call coming in from West Palm Beach. Caller, go ahead, please. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, Mr. Rattigan and the crew.
Yes, sir.
I can't understand why we have all these good people in life and we have all those criminals down there running the country.
Okay.
Anyhow, question. If I was listening right and it said that the land is not owned by the government and the crown owns the land, that is England. If England owns the land, does that necessarily mean that the mining that they're doing, then that means to say you should take it to lawsuit to England for the people?
No, run that back. The second part. If the crown lands belong to England and the Jamaican government is allowing people to mine on that land, mine bauxite, what's the final part of the sentence?
No, I said if that is also the crown land, does that mean that if you take it to court, right, with the land, does that mean that if the people of Jamaica and you take that land to court, does that mean that it could stop the backside from all that people having all that problem?
Well, John can answer that question because he was following on something recently where there was an injunction. I don't, you know what, John, did you hear the question, John?
No, I don't understand his question, to tell you the truth.
I think he's asking if the people of Jamaica can take the mining companies to court for mining on the land, even though the land is owned by the crown being the monarchy. But see, the problem. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't think you'll get justice in Jamaica because I said before, the Naranda ruling should never have been overruled. Sorry, the injunction should never have been overruled. How can you say that Jamaica's going to suffer economic loss because of 35 million US and you allow mining? I don't see how you're going to get justice if we're only valued at 35 million US. Well, I don't see it. 35 million US. And remember, that is for compensation, and we're supposed to be having development with that money, remember? This is supposed to be paying for our roads, our schools, and other things, and compensating for all the destruction. 35 million US. 350 million US wouldn't be enough. We're talking about in the realms of billions here, is the amount that we should earn for the amount of destruction that goes on with bauxite. Minimum is $1 billion. Those are the numbers we should be looking at. If anybody's talking about hundreds of millions, you should be telling them to go away. When you talk about tens of millions, well, that's an insult. Now we're talking about extreme exploitation. You talk extreme exploitation we're talking about now. And we've gone to court with that and we've lost. So I don't see going to court, I don't see how We won't win. I don't see, we won't win in a court.
So how do we win?
How do we win? I think the people have to rise up against it. I said, I think we can start by saying that, okay, then we'll have a petition. 15,000 signatures, that means that the Andrew Holness must address it in the Parliament. If we get over 15,000, that should mean that TVJ, CVM, they should all cover it, because that will become news now. We have to make it news. We have to get the facts out. We're talking about this here, Will. But as I said, I've been on this, 4 weeks now? And I'll go into town and nobody's ever said to me, oh, I saw you talking to Will Rattigan. I said, I've been on YouTube since last year, and I've had about 3 or 4 people have ever actually stopped and had a conversation with me. So I'm talking about over a period of nearly 2 years, in fact. So the message that I said, we're preaching to the choir, aren't we? That's the problem we have. Everybody that's writing here agrees with us. 90% agree with us. But there's so many people, a vast majority are not hearing this information, and it's getting the information to these people that's critical. Because just like your listeners here, they'll all say we can't be making no money from bauxite. That doesn't make any sense. It's not just unconscionable. It just doesn't make any sense that you make nothing from bauxite. How can you make nothing? So this information needs to get to the masses.
Yeah. It's strange, Will, but the fact that they're saying that they're not making anything, I am sure there has to be a rehab plan. You can't just tell people to come in. It's like me coming in into your backyard, Doc, and I tell you, I'm going to have to dig it up because we suspect there's some kind of gas leak. And I come in and dig it up, and then I walk away and leave it. And you got big old piles of rocks and dirt and everything piled up. So now you got to pay out of your pocket if you want that thing to be put back the way it was. That shouldn't be. The people
of course not.
Shouldn't tolerate that kind of stuff. And they shouldn't tolerate it from any of the government, whether local, GLP, PNP, whatever P they want to put in there. It should not happen. And this is what's happening. You know? It's the same throughout Africa, though, isn't it? Wherever black people live and we have minerals, then we're exploited. Yep. That's just how the world runs at the moment. That's how the world runs, unfortunately. Yeah, this is the.
But I see somebody else is just written on.
Yeah.
Carla, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Question: I like the conversation as it relates to the crown land, but question I want to ask: since we're doing bauxite and we are not really, Jamaica is not really benefiting because it's really for little or nothing that we are getting paid. I am no wonder, and I'm just thinking that it was poor negotiation skills. That is why we are at where we are at with bauxite. But I am now wondering if it is possible that we could invest in the machinery, to make aluminum, turn that bauxite into aluminum, so we can be able to make our own foils, things, and anything that is aluminum related. So I'd love to hear you guys' feedback on it, please.
Okay, thanks, Carla.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You hear that?
Yeah, so she's talking about nationalization. Well, that'd be a lot better, wouldn't it? Because remember, we spoke about this out Jamalco. The 49% of Jamalco was spent, they was sold for $1. So why didn't we buy $3 and then we would own it then, wouldn't we? Then when we sell the bauxite, then we would be talking about it with levy. We would make all the money from selling the bauxite. And then we could do, again, cost-benefit analysis to find out, is it feasible for us to make alumina? Because the problem we had before was the high cost of energy in the process. Now, if you think about using wind, batteries, and solar, that will bring down the cost dramatically. But the problem we have at the end of the day is that because all these minerals are in areas where black people live, the price of them are very minimal to free. And then when they leave these countries, the value then escalates. And the real cost of these minerals should be way, way higher, way, way higher. But then again, that would mean that your mobile phone would probably cost more money. And you know that the big business don't want a mobile phone to cost too much money because they only think about their profit. And that's the problem now. We have to find a way where profits have to be reduced, and the people who are the countries that have that all the minerals are extracted from, they now be able to get their proper share of the earnings. That's the problem we have. They keep these prices down low so that the profits are very, very high. And Jamaica is a typical example of that. I said that the levy is inversely related, isn't it, to the profit. If you reduce the levy, your profits go up. If you increase your levy, the profits come down. And our government has decided, yeah, profit for the mining company is more important than the people. So we get nothing for the levy, and it's beyond criminality.
But they're gonna get something because I'm sure they get either the transportation contract or some other contract.
Yeah, they're getting rich out of it, Rob. Oh yeah. We have the local players here who are making good money. That's what Nigel Clark said. He said that the wage bill for Windalco is for 24 million. And now, as I said, there's only 600 workers, and 600 workers aren't getting 40 grand each. They're not getting 40 grand each. If they're getting 10 grand each, that would mean that that would mean the wage bill is 4 million, and the other 20 million goes into the pockets of the local contractors, the people who are logging around the bauxite, and the ones who are employing the people to do all the actual mining itself. So there's some great money out there, and we are not benefiting from it.
All right. Caller, Patrick, go ahead. Before you start, Patrick, hold on one second. Somebody just mentioned that we should get the opposition leader on. Let me just say for the record that almost every week I invite people on both sides of the aisle. I invite JLP politicians and I invite PNP politicians, and I get what I get. So there's an outstanding request for the opposition leader to be here, and that's all I can say. It's still outstanding, but he's not the only one. I've invited a whole bunch of people on the government side, including, well, mostly ministers, and I get the sense that they don't want to come on, or at least not at this time, because there's so much that we can talk about, and I don't know if they're going to have sufficient answers to give to the listening audience. So they've decided to stay away, and the opposition, at least leadership level, I'm having difficulty getting in touch with them to have them come on. But as most of you know, Mr. Hilton was here last week, but he had some technical difficulty. He has assured me that he will be on next week, Saturday. So I have less of a problem with the opposition than I do with the government. Let's just leave it at that. Patrick, go ahead.
Yeah, what I wanted to zone in on is I like the direction in which the conversation is going. And as far as taking action, I would want to say that we got to think of it in a twofold way, right? We got to really strategize on this. The first thing is, I think, is that when we look at right now where we are, we got to really assess our resources, right? The network that you have built with the other talk programs is a good one, right? It's a step in the right direction, because it's pretty much like you being on more than just once a week, right? You're on pretty much throughout the week. But we also need a working team, right, in the background that's gonna do research and so on, beyond just the newspapers, right? We gotta get into these organizations and get the actual numbers, the actual figures, and all of that, right? It's good what Dr. Lennon is bringing out, right? But maybe he could head that team, right? And this is where you can start tapping into what we have on the ground in Jamaica. Build a team in Jamaica, build a research team, and also build a paralegal team, right? Because the key to really getting action done is to getting the people involved. And one of the ways of getting them involved is by working with them on the ground, right? So that is where we're gonna have to start building bridges, right, on the ground in Jamaica, right? And then that's where we're gonna have a groundswell of action coming up later on, right? And this is where it's gonna really overwhelm them, where the matter will have to be addressed. There's no avoiding it, right? But we gotta strategize, because we cannot rely on working behind the government or behind an opposition, right, to do this, right? We are talking about holding them accountable, right? Whoever it is. And the only way to do that is to build our support on the ground, right? And the way we start building our support is by starting to building a working team, right? To address the areas which need to be addressed. So when we get to the table, we have all our ducks in order. So I just wanted to add that.
Okay. Thanks, man. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, good.
I agree with him 100%.
Yep. You know, I mean, there's just so many more things that is involved here than air, water, and soil. The healthcare. I wonder how much the healthcare bills for those people in those areas associated with the bauxite. That I wonder if they even have health coverage. They say health coverage is free in Jamaica, but you know, is anybody studying the effects of bauxite dust on these people's health? Yeah.
There are people out there doing it, but I was in contact with one guy, and unfortunately, he's in the PNP, and he just stopped answering my text messages. And this is the problem we have now. It's become a political football. Neither party the PNP won't get involved in it. Windelco, that area where of Bogwalk, where a lot of the pollution takes place. The MP for there is what's the name? Nita. She has a double barrel name, Nita something. I can't remember her name, but she's the MP.
Renita Robinson. Right.
That's the one. Yes, she's the MP, and she's done nothing. The people are out there. You've seen how many fish kills there are. You've seen the people block the road by Windelco, by the company, and she's not said a word about it. So turning to your MP really. You won't get any mileage from that. But again, I'm looking in the comments, and people like this idea of we've got to do something, and they're saying yes, start it with a petition. Yep. So, Will, what I'm going to do, I'm going to get another SIM card actually, and we should have a number where people who are interested, they can send me a message. Just take the number, something like that. But we have to, as the guy said, we have to now build a following now. We just because we're just talking on these platforms, and it's not getting out to enough people.
Okay. All right. Caller, go ahead, please.
Yes. Good evening, sir, with your panelist. Yes, so listening to the program, very interesting program, thought-provoking, and we are getting some good messages and some answers. I do agree with one of your panelists, as well as a caller. This forum will not make the changes as rapid as we want the changes to be. And furthermore, the people of Jamaica have become very money hungry. You understand? So Jamaica is like the #1 materialistic country in the world. So if you should approach the local Jamaicans, I'm not saying you don't have a part of the population that do things from the heart, but the majority of the population, the voting population that is, which is a 37%, that population is dealing with economics. They're dealing with the money. So hence the reason why they still vote, because there's a tangible benefit in there for them to vote. You understand? If you're on the ground, you know what tangible benefit I'm mentioning. Therefore, to reach the Jamaican people, you have to be here and giving them something economical, whether you have a factory, you're giving them a job. Because even the bauxite situation that we are discussing now, if you should go in these bauxite areas and say you want to put an end to bauxite, the people will not have it. Trust me. Remember that there were few injunctions recent times, about last year and the year before, where bauxite was put on hold because of the health situation and other situations. And the people, they were there, and they were saying you're killing their livelihood, because that's how they use. That's where they sell their produce for their kids to go to school, to the persons who work on these bauxites. The persons who were employed there, they were saying they're killing their livelihood as well. So these things are ticklish situations whenever it comes. It is very ticklish. But moreover, in Jamaica, they make the effort even 10 times harder, because the people who are benefiting, they don't want to. I'm not talking about even the government kickbacks, which we know are happening. We're talking about the persons who are on the ground, want to depend on these. Depend on the backside to send their kids to school. These people do not want to lose their livelihood. So we have to be in the areas substituting these things, whether with factory or whatever it may be. However, just saying that.
So let me interrupt you for a second and ask you this. So is it fair to say that if we don't have an economic plan for the areas in which bauxite is being mined, then it's hopeless for us to reach out to those people? Because even if they believe in what we're saying, they will not budge, because they see that as their economic savior. Is that what I should take away from what you just said?
Wonderful, sir. But I'm going further, not just bauxite. Everything in Jamaica, if you're not coming to strengthen the people economically, they don't want to hear. Okay. So we the learned persons who want to go through the theories and go through the plans and go through the petitions, it's just theoretical. And the government don't have no problem with theoretical. The government, they own the laws. You understand? Remember that the Ministry of Justice pay the judges. So as long as there is no separation of power, as long as the Ministry of Justice keep paying the judges, then there is no separation of power. And as long as there is no separation of power, then the law means nothing. So we need, I know that we need real old school revolution that no intelligent Jamaican want to hear about. Understand? I will leave it at that, sir. Rattigan, a year ago.
All right. Thank you so much. Listen to the response from my two panelists here. No, Herb and John, based on, and this man is calling from Jamaica, right? Now, John, you're in Jamaica, and if what he's saying is true, where is the hope?
Well, a lot of people don't understand. As I said, a lot of the people think that bauxite does actually benefit the country. These people who he's talking about, if they realize it's only causing destruction, we don't get anything from it, I think the point of view will change. It will change.
But
go on.
But sorry to interrupt you, John, but here's you're saying as long as they realize that the country doesn't get anything from bauxite, but these people, they're myopic. They're looking just at their situation and they're saying, well, we're getting a salary. So if the other parts of the country, are not benefiting from bauxite, what the hell do we care? Because at least we're putting food on the table and we're sending our children to school and we're taking care of our bills. How do you get over that
Okay,
mindset?
there are alternatives. In 2009, Audley Shaw, when he was Minister of Finance, he made a comment about bauxite and he called it geriatric or something like that, or invalid. He made that kind of comment to say that this industry is more or less dead. And he suggested food processing as one of the means of actually generating economic growth. And I agree with it, because now it's even better, because now we can process from using sunshine and wind and batteries for our food processing. Now just think about how much more farming we could do with that now. If you had places now, we're going to be making your tin tomatoes, your ketchup, all these things. We actually import cooking oil in this country. We import coconut oil, That should never happen. So we could have processing for cooking oil. So that all these things we could import as well, the raw materials. So the things that we don't grow here, say broad beans and stuff like that, we could import those, process them here, and ship them to America. They're shipping some of this food for as far away from China and Europe, where we are right on their back doorstep. We can produce these things a lot cheaper. Not only will we be doing the food processing, remember now you're going to be talking about the packaging as well. So you're going to develop an industry now where you are going to be making the tin cans and all of that kind of stuff. If you're talking about bottles, then you can talk about, we import our bottles from Trinidad. We can make bottles here. If you go into a supermarket, nearly all of the snacks come from Trinidad. There's one called Holiday and the other one Sunshine. Those are the two big companies. All of these snacks could be made here. Why are we importing peanuts? These things can be done here, Will. We can now, the government should now, we can actually make these factories and decide that, okay, then we can now have these as new industries in the country. We don't have to rely on tourism and mining. So all these areas, if you, as I said, somebody mentioned, was it agroponics as well, where you use less water in your farming? So these are other avenues we have. We produce some beautiful, some lovely food here. If you taste our mango compared to a mango from Brazil, they're completely different fruit. We have such possibilities of in this country. All the stuff that your tourist memorabilia, nearly all of that comes from China. Now, I'm not saying that if the Chinese now, because the Chinese, that's one of the richest countries in the world now, remember? And so they're not paying these people peanuts like they used to pay before. These people are earning good money now. So you're trying to tell me that we can't manufacture certain things in this country cheaper than China? We must be able to. We must be able to. Surely we can make our own school uniforms. You know, these are not high-tech jobs that are going to pay people, that the people are going to get rich from. But we have to start somewhere. The Chinese started somewhere. And look at what they're doing now. They're thinking about putting somebody on the moon. And in 1945, that was one of the poorest countries in the world. Well, there are possibilities here. There are solutions. But unfortunately, you talk about being myopic. Nobody's more myopic than the parliamentarians and than the 1% that we have in charge at the moment. That 1% is making sure that the 99% stay struggling. They're making sure of it. Every policy they have here in this country is geared towards the rich getting richer and us staying, and our country staying as it is.
Hold on a second. Caller, go ahead, please. Hello? All right, Herb, you want to comment on on the question I posed? Yeah, if somebody who's living in that area and they're getting a salary and they're saying, look, you know, bauxite might not be profitable for the country might not be making money, but I'm making money, I'm feeding my family, I don't care about the health benefits or whatever because I'm fine right now. How do you get into that person's head? How do you change that mindset?
Well, yeah, maybe the first thing I'd want to do is give them a medical examination to see how sick they are, right? And then that should convince them that, hey, buddy, you're in bad shape. And do you know what caused this? Now, the studies that were done, like in Texas, down where in Texas City, where the oil refineries are, and the exposure to that processing down there, people went door to door talking to the neighbors, only to find out the cancers were so rampant. It was ridiculous. Finally, they called the 60 Minutes, and they put it out on 60 Minutes. And then they had to now put on better filters, better controls, in order to make sure they weren't, while people were sleeping, you're pumping all of this oil and gas remnants out into the air, right? Something is not right with the processing in the island. And rather than continue to suck in all that bad air and what have you, they need to come up. I'm sure the study has been done. I'm sure they know the what is it, celiac or cilia that's in the atmosphere. They know it's a carcinogen. They know how bad it is, right? So the issue is the commitment on the part of government to either move the people out of the area, right, or find something else for them to do, but let them do it indoors with proper filtration systems. There is no way you can leave those people in that situation and say, oh, we're making money, right? Somebody who has a transportation contract is making money, and somebody who has some other type support contract is making money, but the people sitting there, they're not making money. They aren't. And the cost of healthcare to them will supersede any kind of monies that they think that they make. It's going to
Exactly
cost,
right.
especially when you got to fly out of the country. You have all kinds of strange blood clotting and all kinds of bloodborne diseases and everything from these chemicals. And people got to go to Miami for treatment, or they got to go up to Texas, or they got to come up to New York, right? Look at that poor police woman, right? What destroyed her health? How many more like her are in Jamaica, right? Is the Ministry of Health doing these necessary studies to find out the impact of industry on the lives of people, right? This is where the focus needs to be. And people need, when these doctors and dentists and nurses go to Jamaica on these missions, they need to gather that information. They need to find out what's causing the cancers at an alarming rate on the island. And once they can identify that and identify what people are going through, then they need to publish it. Don't give anything to the government, because they're not going to publish it. They're going to cover up, and they're going to
Hello, good evening again.
Hold on one second. Oh, no, Mr. Nelson is finishing up his point. Hold on one second, please.
Okay.
Go ahead, Irv.
Yeah, we're dealing with a lot of cover up here. The more I read these things, is the more mind-boggling it is to me that this stuff is really going on in Jamaica. And we're here thinking that it's just people shooting each other every day. More people are dying from government inaction than from the crime that's going on. So we need to start looking at how many people, in fact, are dying from inaction and from the failure of the Ministry of Health and the other industrial, NEPA and the rest of them, who are in the Prime Minister's office, their failures to take action. That's what we got to study.
All right. Caller, go ahead, please.
So I'll just call it again, because I think we're trying to beat a dead horse here.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's a caller, I think about 2 callers ago, that mentioned we as the people whose eyes are open to the truth have to do something that is dramatic that people will wake up, because if we understand the dynamics of this agriculture that we are in, nobody seems to be educating the people. The more you have the people dumbed down, the more you have them to listen to you and your narrative, right? So if, for instance, you have a company in a particular area that is doing more damage to people than you selling a bag juice at the gate, so that those that are inside who are dying can get a bag juice, then I don't know how we think we're gonna be able to help these people out of the gutter that they're in, the position that they're in. You know, we as a people, as I type in the comment section, you know, Dr. Lennon mentioned a petition. Can we do the petition so that we have the parliamentarian, because they don't know that a lot of us are educated enough to think through some of these issues, right? So I'll wake them up and allow them to know that, yeah, we understand, we see what is happening, and we see that you're not paying attention to this, right? So let us start something. We have inherited a lot of things that were not supposed to be so, right? And if we continue to harp on those things, you know, what was right, what was wrong, and so forth, and not move forward with what's supposed to be done, or supposed to be doing, we're supposed to be doing, you know, we're not going to get anything done. We're going to still keep talking, right? So let us move from just understand the scenario that we're in, to move to what are the actions that we're going to use to get the message out, to get the people to understand, to get the politicians. I don't even sure who are the politicians to get involved in this, because they are complicit in every way. Because you can't have a culture running and your people are dying left, right, and center, and you don't pay a blind eye to it. And you are the technocrat. You are the ones who go to university. You know the studies that you have done over the environment and so forth. And you know what the things are causing. And you don't educate the people to say, hey, look here, you are dying, and the country is not making a dime out of what you're dying for. So what your blood is shedding for? Why are you dying for your children is not going to benefit from you dying?
All right. Well, we need to get some work done in that area. I agree with you.
Yes, yeah, man.
All right. Let me grab. Oh, they just hung up. Somebody was just calling me from Miami. Yeah, but you're right. You're absolutely correct. But it's going to be a challenge trying to get those people to start thinking otherwise. You know, because people tend to think about themselves and not the greater good, especially if there's a sacrifice involved. And here you're telling them, sacrifice whatever salary you're getting and whatever your allegiance is to any company, because the greater good is far better. That's gonna take some real effort to get it done.
Yeah, but in that case though, when we do what we're doing to get the government or our leaders to acknowledge the fact that we understand what is happening and we are the ones who are dying, right? Then we must force them now to do what they need to do. You need to put in infrastructure so the people can benefit from the infrastructure they put in. Factories, whatever you're going to do, you're going to improve on the agriculture sector. You're going to improve on whatever you desire, you set yourself in office to do. And we will not back down from holding you responsible. And even when you kill our people with these toxic chemicals that come out of these, whatever you're doing to make money for yourselves, we're going to drag you before the courts. We're going to sue you because you're a war criminal. You're killing your people for nothing, so that you can benefit.
Yeah. Hey, Freedom, you're right. These issues are big issues, and they're gonna require more than 3 people. But we have to start someplace. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with the first step.
Right.
You know, that's where we're going.
So,
go ahead.
I'm agreeing with.
All right, thanks a lot. was it Larkin mentioned something about the Haitian issue. Fortunately, we're not going to get to that because he was talking about the contradiction with the prime minister saying he wanted to help. They're begging for help for the Haitians, but he's deporting them while he's begging for help. So we'll see about that. Go ahead. Hello.
Yes, Ratty.
Yes.
Yeah, man. I don't want to talk about the bauxite and in 1978, 79, Jamal there was an agreement with Venezuela and Mexico with Jamaica to build a smelter plant. The name of it would have been Java Mix.
I remember that.
And right after the last election, 1988, Chiaga scrapped that.
I remember that.
They scrapped that man right away.
Yeah, I remember that.
They scrapped that right away. That would have been so good for them for us.
Yeah, but they're not trying to. There's no desire for Jamaica on the part of these aluminum companies. There's no desire for Jamaica to convert or to smelt bauxite into alumina.
That's what should have been happening with that.
They don't want you controlling the raw material and also some of the production. They don't want that. They don't want that.
And it's crazy though, man. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, anyway, thanks for the call.
Yeah, man. All right, cool. All right.
Man. There's one person. I'm waiting for one more call, and then we'll just wrap up. I keep saying that, what the calls keep coming in, and then people are still active in the chat room too.
Yeah.
We didn't get to a whole bunch of topics. We didn't get to the one where the prime minister gave the lady the donkey, because I found that quite interesting. Because from the prime minister's perspective, it's cheaper to give her one donkey than to fix the road. Give her one donkey, get some PR out of it, and make yourself look good, like you're this human connection to somebody in J.C. Hutchinson's constituency. But at the end of the day, that's only one person with a donkey. The rest of them, they still don't have a road. And I hope people look, and I hope people see right through that PR campaign. I hope they see right through it. So, and then we didn't get to the decision regarding the unconstitutionality of the state of emergency, the code of conduct. I think there are a couple other things we didn't get to. But look, these issues aren't going away, and the government cannot fix them in time. So they'll be here tomorrow, and they'll be here Sunday, and they'll be here next week, and so on and so forth. So for those of you who have the time, tomorrow you can tune in at 4 o'clock New York time to Waterhouse Vibes on YouTube. And then at 7 o'clock, you can tune in to Wayne Lonesome's regularly scheduled town hall meeting. And that is at 7 o'clock New York time on YouTube. So don't forget. Oh, and by the way, tonight at midnight, you have to tune in and listen to me playing tunes made by the two greatest reggae artists ever. Not two of the two greatest reggae artists ever. Listen to me tonight at midnight on Reggae Global Radio. There's an app for that, or you can Google it. So tune in tonight. Tonight, midnight until 2 a.m. Reggae Global Radio. Tomorrow at 4 New York time, Waterhouse Vibes, and at 7 New York time, town hall meeting. Gentlemen, the floor is yours for your closing remarks, and then we have to go.
Go ahead, Doc. Your segment.
Okay. Again, I've been looking at the comments, and I'll repeat it, that people seem to think we have to do something immediately, and people like this idea of a petition. Somebody did say that the government never listens to or ignores petitions, which is there's an element of truth about that. But if we do get a petition and it does garner more than 15,000 signatures, then you'd expect that the social media and the mainstream media will pick up on it. And if they do pick up on it, then the petition will grow. And I think that will, then we might be able to force a hand and we might get some answers that way. But yeah, it's getting the information to the people that is our dilemma. And that's what we must sort that out first. Over to you, Herb.
Yeah, needless to say, social media has been an answer in a lot of African states, right? People organize around election time. People organize for different causes using social media. Social media won the election for Donald Trump here in the United States back in 2016. So the bottom line is social media is a powerful being, and whatever we decide to promote, utilizing social media, we should have probably 80% chance that it's going to work. So we just have to pick our fights, and then we have to organize using social media and get people to see the light, publishing the facts on social media. Because if folks don't want to read, hey, I'll gladly read and give them the extract that they need to see, page, everything, verse, chapter, you name it, so that they can get motivated and want to do something about all of this stuff. Like you, Doc, I get downright upset thinking that we're killing people sitting in their homes and don't know any better, you know. And then we talk about, oh, the 8 people got shot in today, or 70 people got shot, and it's not even a month yet, right? The bottom line is we're killing people in different manners, and we're not paying attention. And people of Jamaica, whether you live in the diaspora or you live in Jamaica, you have to pay attention to how people are dying. You know, the coroners or the funeral homes should be looking at people and making notes as to whether or not they show signs of some type of poisoning or something that's going on with them. Because this is the only way we're going to sound the alarm. You know, this is not like a nuclear fallout or something like that. They even proposing now we go to nuclear power stations. So can you imagine trying to dig a hole and bury the waste material and that stuff? And we can't even take care of the bauxite now. I mean, this is crazy. But people, I believe that we can do something and that we need to organize. Now, if anybody out there in the audience that is making these comments, if you want to take the lead on any subject matter that you want to organize around, then I don't think Mr. Rattigan would mind making you, designating you as such, and trying to get your email and a text information so that you can be sent the information for people who want to rally around the various causes. And of course, once the when is the fund starting, by the way, Will? Did you say anything to that?
No. I'll have to go check the mail now to see if the letter is there.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. So that's all we're waiting on, so we can get going. So, folks, it's been a pleasure, Doc. Will, it's been a pleasure.
Well, look, just want to thank both of you for coming on again, as usual. It looks like it's a regular feature because we still can't get through all the subjects that the doc initially raised like 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. We still can't get to them. And the thing is, I know tonight and tomorrow, and for the rest of the week, people will be calling me and they'll be complaining, how come you didn't get the doc to talk about clean energy? So that's what we're going to be talking about next week. So again, thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Thanks to the listening audience. Thanks to the viewing audience. Share, spread, like, subscribe. We have to get the message out. That's where we're going to start. I see where people are saying, okay, next steps. Well, you can't get to next steps if you don't know what the first steps are. And that's where we are right now. We're taking baby steps. We will get there, trust me, because we're committed, we're passionate, and we're not doing this for money. So we will get there. I see Catherine saying she's ready with her contribution. And I see where lots of you are ready with your contribution. Don't let the money burn a hole in your pocket. Just hold on to it. All right. I was hoping to get the letter this week. I didn't get it. I'm going to go check the mail now. Maybe it's there. If it is, then next week we'll make the announcement. I'll make the necessary arrangements and we'll move forward. So that will take care of the next steps in terms of addressing the shortcomings of the government. So until then, take care, be well. I'll see all of you, or you'll see me, as I say, you'll see me on the radio tonight, and then tomorrow at 4, and then tomorrow at 6. Take care, be well. We'll talk soon. Walk good.
All right.
Thanks.